But he gets his one beer.
uh, and OBS dropped Bez's fucking, changed his fucking his output. Yep.
What the fuck, OBS? Every fucking time. God fucking damn it. I hate this fucking program. Yes, thank you, chat. You do, you. I saw it the first 7,000 times.
Fuck, we wish it was
is this where we aggressively put F's in chat and watch you lose your mind?
Yes, because it's so helpful after the first 10 people.
There we go.
Right, as I was saying,
looking OBS.
OBS is a colossal piece of shit, and yet it's still the best option out there because the better programs are like $1,000 a fucking month.
Right.
Yeah. Ask Carl, he'll tell you. As I was saying, I am joined today by the reliable twosome because Disco is dying, Trim wishes he was dead, and I'm going to fucking kill whoever at OBS is responsible for managing audio sources. It's not fucking difficult. Use the same one that you were using last time.
Oh, I don't know. Seems rather impossible for some of them.
Yeah.
Like, hey, there's something shiny. Let's go poke that. It's like, no, stop.
And it doesn't even fall back to something else. No. It just goes to nothing, which is so fucking helpful. Oh, dear.
Quality with a capital KW. But it's the price is on point. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
like legitimately, I think the Loader Seaters said what they were using sometime, and when you look at it, it's like literally like 3 or 4 figures a month. It's like, Jesus Christ, Carl. Maybe if you tried using something else, you could afford someone that it doesn't look like is about to molest 7 children in a church.
Oh, it's got a BBC Arab filter on it, does it?
Nah, more like a slightly rapey Catholic, but that promise.
Yeah, I looked into. It's like I've been doing a bit of research into that software, a lot of that broadcast software, and it's fucking it'll gatekeep a lot of people out. Like the bar to entry into like good software for that shit is it's a pretty high bar,
which is kind of crazy considering that when OBS works, it has all the same features.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't have the reliability and the support that you would hope it has. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing. If I'm paying what these other softwares are worth, like I want to fucking engineer on the phone within 10 seconds of me placing the fucking call at those prices.
Yeah, well, a lot of it I think is more geared towards the professional broadcasting side.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Money to just throw all at that.
Yeah.
No.
They've got all that Israel money. So it's which coincidentally is largely our money anyways, so
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Right. Yes. So yes, today I'm joined by Bleach, who has managed to dig himself out of the 10-foot of snow he was buried in.
Look, we don't talk about that on air.
I didn't tell them what continent the snow was on.
Hey, I mean, I only rolled the snowmobile 5 times, which is good. All of them was when it wasn't when I was trying to learn new shit.
Rolling it's only impressive if you roll it forwards or backwards. Sideways is just there.
I mean, I did manage to fling myself down a steep embankment when I fell off of it once.
Oh, now that's better.
Yeah. Glad I had a helmet on too.
They do help sometimes.
There's a reason why my neck is fucked up. Strangely, nothing to do with the snowmobile problem, but still.
Carrying the weight of the world on it.
Yeah.
Yes. And Dave, who, well, I don't know if Dave wants to talk about it, but we're all meeting up with balaclavas and breaking someone's fucking kneecaps on Monday.
Yeah, we can skip it. I don't need to talk about it here.
Dave, it's Dave. His life's shit. Welcome to Sultans.
Yeah.
Poor Dave. Oh, dear. I do hope you get that one solved, Dave. Right. So.
Yeah.
What do we have on the agenda? We have some quick fire shilling. So, best way to support us on a recurring monthly basis, jump over to the subscribe star. And from as low as $5 at the Amir tier, you get to have some super fancy privileges. You get your name in the credits for our videos, including these live streams. You get to vote in the rare and very occasional member-only polls, which we should probably run more of. For now, you get special Discord roles and channels until Discord decides that because we say spicy words, that the server's age restricted, and I'm not fucking verifying my identity. They can get fucked. More on that in Dave's segment.
Yeah.
Maureen says she's gay. We know you saw the tits before you saw the chart. Going up to the $15 Vizier tier, you get to submit written comments to read live on the show. You get to join us for our monthly gaming hangouts. Oh, I did say grab a screenshot from the last one. Dave was very helpful and bought Jackbox again. And, well, this happened.
Yeah. There were some good ones. There. We get some really funny ruined shit.
Some of them are damn near impossible to fix. It's like, good job to the ruiners.
Yeah. Right.
So, if this sounds like your idea of a fun, starting at $15 on a first-come, first-served basis. Because Jackbox doesn't quite have 30-player games yet. Then, of course, up at the $30 Grand Vizier tier, which is my preferred way for you to support me, you can submit video comments that will be viewed live on the show. And we make you a guarantee that if you are a $30 subscriber and you submit a video comment, as long as it's not something that will get one of the panel arrested, we'll play it. Also copyrighted music applies, etc. Yeah, that's the subscribe star. It's super easy. I'm trying to build a computer. I need $3,000. Well, I actually no. Last time I checked the RAM prices, I needed $3,000. That may have changed. It might be $3,000 for the RAM. I don't know anymore. Is it a $3,000 computer or is it $3,000 worth of RAM? We'll find out next time on God damn the price of bullshit.
It's really going to depend on how many bombs we end up dropping. You know, memory prices go up proportional to the amount of it that's being fucking blown up in warfare.
I don't think we make a massive amount of RAM in Iran, but who knows?
Well, we're going to have to mine it
use for art bombs.
Yeah, they're going to mine it from the desert pretty soon. And then Ukraine, they're going to be combing Ukraine's fucking fields for microchips later because of all the bomb drones that are getting blown up there too.
Yeah, well, I hear the drone pickings down in the south of the US, so
yeah,
we'll see how that goes. You fucking rednecks out in the fields. What are you doing out there? I'm looking for RAM.
Right.
No, it'd probably be gay laptop RAM.
I mean, you know, Leroy's probably got like 10 pounds of it already.
No, basically, he can afford to buy the state of Virginia.
Not yet. I mean, he's going to be taxed to hell and back.
True.
Which I always do get very entertained with those stupid rednecks. It's like, okay, so they survive in an inhospitable area and they don't give a fuck about you. Who's the idiot now?
Right.
Yeah. I just can't get over the fucking price of RAM. It is literally more expensive to buy the RAM than the CPU or the fucking GPU. Yeah, then again, by the next time I check, it might be more expensive than both put together. And it's not like I'm scrimping on the fucking CPU. Oh, dear.
Yeah, just so you can make animated cat videos, and so big tech can scan your face and use
like
it to tell everybody how old you are. Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck, Colorado's getting in on that shit now too.
Colorado somehow managed to be even more retarded than the rest so far, so good job. And then we've got the fucking Puritan states with their fucking porn bans.
Yeah.
You know, it's all fish in the same fucking pond.
Mm-hmm.
Really. The porn bans and the age identification and all that shit, they're all doing the exact same thing for different reasons. And I mean, for the same reason. They're doing different things for the same fucking reason.
It's all about
just trying to.
Yeah,
it's about removing anonymity on the internet.
Yep, and just basic bitch government authoritarianism.
Yep.
It's so fucking annoying. But also, just fuck all these fucking Puritans, all these fucking losers that are just going after shit because they don't like fun. There's the states that want to ban porn. There's the states that want to ban, and countries that want to ban social media or restrict it to adults because that's the excuse they're using anyway. Or require a fucking wanking license. Or now, like the fucking UK's doing, despite the fact that you can still marry your cousin in the UK, if you film it and put it on the internet, you'll go to jail. Because apparently, the UK wants to ban simulated incest porn. Not real incest porn, simulated incest porn.
Yeah.
No more stepsisters getting stuck in dryers in the UK. That's
lemon stealing horse still on the menu. Asking for a friend.
The worst part is they still allow. They're like, oh yes, we have to go pro cousin marriage here, but you can't simulate incest. It's like, oh.
But yeah, that's the most retarded thing about what the UK is doing. Like the fucking NHS is coming out with fucking bulletins saying, don't stigmatize incest. Or rather, or specifically, it's don't stigmatize cousin marriage, because there's levels of incest, but and some are worse than others. But they're talking about cousin marriage. We'll continue to go after parents that want to fuck their kids because that's just wrong. But like they're sitting there going, don't stigmatize cousin marriage. At the same time, they're going, yes, you cannot simulate incest on porn on the internet. I'm morbidly curious as to what the fuck they're defining as incest in regards to the porn law.
See, I mean, yeah, I don't, because it's bullshit. It's all fucking lies. Just the end result is a digital ID. The end result is the removal of your rights to privacy on the internet or in general, right? Because Because once they get that digital ID, it's only a small step to start implementing a social credit system, so that when you say something untowards online, they can go to your employer and say, hey, do you really want this at your company? Or they can go to a store and say, hey, do you really want to sell this person? Or do you want to charge them the same as everybody else? Or you want to charge them more? Like, it's just a slippery slope into fucking dystopian, like Black Mirror style fucking world.
Yeah, or like that German Nazi who gets upset when people call him a Nazi for doing Nazi things. Who wants the German one.
The German one.
The gay retarded German fuckwit that gets upset if people call him a Nazi for doing Nazi things, like getting the police to raid people's house for calling him a Nazi. Which is apparently not exclusive to Germany, but I'll come back to that in a different part of this rant. But yeah, they do, like there's so many levels of retardation with it. Like, and the reason that cockhead wants your real name on the internet isn't so that the government knows who you are. No, the government is doing this ID shit so they know who you are easier. No, the reason he wants your name on your social media is so that you can get beaten to death by a bunch of fucking Antifa shitheads if you say that trans women are mentally ill men.
Yeah.
That's what he wants.
Well, yeah. So I saw a clip, I think it was like a short from China Insider or something like that, but it was showing people that have been displaced in China because of social credit. Like, because their social credit score is low, they can't get jobs, they can't get fucking places to live, so they just sleep on the streets. Because what the fuck else are you gonna do? Right? You can't, if you can't get an official job because you've pissed off the government too much, if you by either, and it's not just like disagreeing with the government. It's a lot of different fucking things. They're monitoring you all the time. They're monitoring which fucking websites you go to. They monitor what you buy, where you buy it from. They're monitoring all of that shit, and it all compounds into this weird arbitrary system that's all controlled by fucking bureaucrats.
Yeah.
And if you run afoul of the fascist, or the, I guess, communist in there, if you run afoul of the authoritarian bureaucrats, then you're effectively excised from society. And those people just don't just die. They don't stop existing. They still exist. They're just completely displaced from society.
Yeah. The West is going for a decentralized version of that, because they don't think that they can get over the hump with an official social credit system. No, what they want is an unofficial one. They're using the mob to enforce whatever bullshit social norm they think's acceptable, and that's why they want you to have your public name attached to your thought. It's not so they can find it. They can already find you now, and they'll definitely be able to find you when they link your fucking ID to your Twitter account. No, it's about the chilling effect. And anyone who's aware of American constitutional law will know why I'm using that phrase. It is about the chilling effect of having your identity publicly exposed to the fucking psychopaths on the left. Because a lot of people of reasonable firmness will just not say anything out of fear of the violence that will occur to them if fucking Antifa realizes that they've been saying that I don't fucking know. Maybe you illegal immigrant, pedophile, rapist, murderers shouldn't be in America. But hey, enough about your congresswomen.
Right. Well, and I've said it before, like, if I went into my office and said, yeah, I support ICE, I want them, like, they're not doing enough. They need to arrest more people. They need to we need to have train loads of motherfuckers leaving every single day. If I said that at my office, it would create such a hostile work environment with the fucking leftards there because they're not willing to hear. Like, I got to listen to their bullshit all day long about how, oh, ICE is evil and blah, blah, blah. But if I spoke up once, I would be fucking excised from the office. It's absolutely retarded. And that's exactly what they want. They want you to be afraid to fucking speak your mind. They want you to be afraid to have a contrary opinion because that's really what they're trying to tamp down on. It's not, you know, all of the bullshit about, oh, you know, for the children or don't look at that porn or whatever. It's just all an end result to force social conformity and to force a submissive and docile populace.
You'd be a lot.
So
you'd be
it's
a
1984 shit, like in the most serious way.
It is, and it's decentralized gay 1984 shit. And yeah, like the whole part of it is like, if you were forcibly de-anonymized on Twitter, like this German fascist wants, and then you went to apply for a new job because your current boss is a cunt, and whoever you're applying for types in Dave, the easily doxable from Idaho, into Google, up comes the Twitter link, and it's going, let's burn the Middle East to the ground. Maybe not.
Yeah. Or, you know, even if I don't say anything, even if I'm just retweeting someone, they're like, oh, well, and remember how it used to be when your follows and likes were public?
Someone got arrested in the fucking UK for liking something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why they got rid of that shit, because it became such a purity fucking spiral that you couldn't even begin to dissent. You couldn't even like dissenting opinions. And again, you know, and even in 1984, neighbors were snitching on neighbors, you know, kind of like they did during
in 2020.
Forward. Yeah. Neighbors are, no shit. Neighbors snitching on neighbors, kids snitching on parents, you know, because they feel like it's their civic duty. Or, you know, as we've seen recently in the UK, fucking parents snitching on their kids.
Yeah.
You know?
There's that great quote from 1984 from O'Brien. Yeah, we will squeeze you empty and then we will fill you with ourselves.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what digital ID is doing. They're squeezing out any dissenting opinions and filling you with newspeak. I mean, hell, how many times have we referenced newspeak, and it's so much that we don't even reference newspeak anymore. It's that.
Yeah, we don't even bother.
Yeah.
It's like the whole fucking pronouns thing, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. A woman is whoever a woman is. You know, a woman is a woman. Woman is whoever decides they're a woman, kind of shit. Like the complete disillusion of any kind of rational opposition to their bullshit. So,
I mean, hell, even just irrational opposition is now viewed in the same vein. I've gotten to the point. I am just like, no, I'm not going to rationalize this. I see this. I'm going to react and say it's bad. I don't like that, but I'm not wasting my time trying to figure out why something's bad anymore. It's like, I know viscerally it's bad. I'm moving on. I'm building up to something better in my life than going back and wallowing through the details to explain to some retard out there. It's like, no, not going to waste my time. You're too far gone. I'm not going to explain my thinking to you. Now, if you're worth my time, sure. But there's so many people out there that aren't worth our time, and they operate purely on emotion.
Well, and you know, I've always been a fan of the Sam Hyde approach recently. You know, it's like, no, fuck you. Well, like, fuck you. We're not doing that, and you're getting called a slur. I'm not having that conversation with you anymore.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this bullshit where I'm supposed to include you in everything.
That's
or
it.
Everybody's supposed to be included in everything.
And there's no point trying to have a rational argument with them, because no part of their belief system is rational.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's a lot by design, because if you can rationalize your way into a position, you can rationalize your way out of it. And if you're arrived to a position through irrational means, then you can't be reasoned out of it. That's why the people who support this trans bullshit are so fucking vehement about it. Because, or the lefty people supporting the trans stuff, they're so vehement about it because they didn't logic their way into that position. And if you challenge it, it causes like serious psychological dissonance for them, and they don't like it. You know, that's why we're never going to get rid of the people trying to trans children until they make it illegal, because it's not going to go away socially. The people who are participating in it are far too invested in it to you know, step away from it with a reasonable eye. Because then that would mean they're unreasonable people, and nobody wants to admit that they're fucking unreasonable.
Yeah. But yeah, it's quite obvious that when you come to any of them and you start questioning their beliefs, they break down almost immediately because they've got nothing. It's either circular arguments, like a woman is someone who believes they're a woman. I'm fucking sorry, but if you pull that shit in a fucking dictionary, like fucking what in 1653, you'd have your ass kicked.
Yeah. Hell, even 93.
Right?
Yeah, 1993, yeah.
It's the cultural Marxism, right? It's the flattening of everything, and like I said, the disillusion of reason, the disillusion of reasonable positions and reasonable opposition.
And as we've stated before, it's literally cult-like behavior. Repeat the shibboleths. Say your holy codes. Wear the holy vestments. Shun the non-believer. Kill the infidel. Sorry, hold on. Am I talking about leftism or Islam again? It's hard to tell the difference.
I mean, that's why
there's not a whole lot of difference.
Which one's exterminating gay people again? Oh, yeah, both.
Mm-hmm.
One of it. It turns out that leftism has a lot in common with Islam, like the fact where if you're a gay man, they'll cut your dick off and call you a woman. And just supposed to be okay with that.
Yep.
No, and Dave, you mentioned the whole workplace shit. It's like, at least you don't have cunts starting every fucking meeting going, I don't acknowledge the traditional losers of this land. Like, can you imagine how much fucking trouble I'd get in if I was running a meeting and said, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the House of Windsor Saxe Gotha? I would be fired so fucking fast. But no, you
don't feel like we're that far away from that shit here.
I mean, you're not really. But it's like, it's literally indicting, no, you should behave you. Like, you've got to start the meeting by saying the holy words. And I nearly fucking lost my mind when I went to one thing. 3 presenters in a fucking row did it. 3 in a fucking row did the whole traditional retards. Like, okay, name them. Every fucking time, it's like, I want to be like, okay, name them. What's the name of the tribe? Name some of the fucking others. Oh, you don't know because you're a virtue signaling retard? Yeah, that's what I thought. So why don't you fuck off, go find a fucking Aboriginal and learn the first fucking thing about them? I mean, fuck me dead. At this point, I probably know more about Aboriginals than most fucking leftists in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
genuinely,
it's all about performative conformity. Like, it has nothing to do with, there's no substance behind it. It's just performative conformity.
It's literally the same as, I probably shouldn't say this on YouTube, but let's just say the mid-century German greeting. It's literally the same thing.
Hailing the current thing. There, I had to stop myself.
Yes, they were very much in it, but it's literally the same thing. You start off every meeting by reaffirming your dedication to the order. Doesn't matter what the fucking order is.
Yeah. So, yeah, cultural conformity to the authority. and they want to push it from the top down instead of from the populace up, which is how it should go.
Yes.
You know, all the while calling it a fucking democracy, like the Democratic People's,
Republic of Korea.
China, of North Korea. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So anyhow, we've only got 3 topics, so we're being a little ranty today, just because we might run short on a few things, and so we're trying to fill some air with the old school ranting and venting.
Yeah. I mean, I
still haven't finished the shelling, but
I mean, we have the choice. I can play the whole State of the Union to fill time, or we can play a selection. Do we do the cockroach thing and just put on the State of the Union and fuck off for an hour?
Shit.
No, there was one other thing I wanted to say. So I mentioned the German Nazi who gets really, really upset if you go on the internet and call him a Nazi for doing Nazi-like things. Well, there's a dipshit mayor in the United States who's just had his ass handed to him in court, who had a man arrested for calling him a fascist twice.
Yeah.
I'm glad I missed that.
So this guy went to a town meeting and said the police were acting like fascists. So the mayor said, arrest that man. And the police did. So then the man got out, came back to the next meeting and called the mayor a fascist. So the mayor had him arrested again. Way to prove him wrong, mayor.
I'll show you who's the fascist, right?
How dare you call me a fascist? I'll prove I'm not fascist by having you arrested for calling me a fascist.
It's like when Kanye West came out and said, "Oh, the Jews are trying to destroy me," and then they destroyed him to prove them wrong. Or Tyler Oliveira recently losing his fucking Patreon. We're like, oh, funny. We're like, oh, these guys are really trying to control everything. How dare you? We're gonna deperson you for saying that we control everything. Like, how the fuck do you have the power to deperson me if you don't actually control anything? Like, oh, okay, I see. Because it all goes back to that social conformity bullshit. So
to paraphrase Monkey's comment, which I really like, I acknowledge that I'm on stolen land. I've got your land. I've got your land. Very much to the tune of I've got your nose. Oh dear. Now there's one I don't know if it makes it across the oceans. Do you guys do that, Dave? Do you steal kids' noses and run away with them? And I don't mean the Jewish kinds.
Yeah, no, that's fun. That's a fun thing to do with the kids. It's fun to tease your children like that. Ooh, excuse me. It's fun to play around, and it's good humor, and it helps your kids be more resilient and gain their own sense of humor
and their own sense of self as well. It's like,
yeah,
because you can have some great fun with that. One of you runs away with the nose, and then one of the kids is crying, "He's got my nose." It's like, have you checked? And then you can teach the kid a lesson. The proprioception, I guess. I don't know. Don't have kids myself. And, well, it's generally frowned upon if I just go out and collect them.
You say that, but 10 years ago, it would have been fine.
Well, you see, I'm not royalty, and I don't own my own island.
Well, pretty soon you're just going to have to join a mosque, and then you'll be able to do it.
Oh, then I can carry fucking weapons in public, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, hey, apparently if I join a mosque, I get to have better guns, so...
And all sorts of lovely, fun things.
Yeah, but I don't really want a fucking Jewish dirty bomb from a mosque.
Well,
If I'm gonna get bombed, if I'm gonna have to suffer through a nuclear bombing, I want it to be a proper one with immediate incineration as an option.
Oh, fine, fine.
Yeah. Speaking of immediate incineration, when Trim gets back, we need to play some more Helldivers, Bleach.
Yes.
Because we do have YouTube channels where we occasionally do things like that. Or we do it in private. Yeah, there's one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we need more diving.
Because chat, we're still trying to teach Trim that when Bezic says, hey Trim, don't go in the city, you probably shouldn't go into the city because Bezic understands that urban warfare is best carried out after you've reduced the entire city to about a foot high of rubble.
But you also have to remember, for some reason, Trim just likes to run off at just like maximum sprint the entire time, whereas like I want to be able to, I don't know, engage the enemy instead of just run around.
What Trim really likes is to wait until I've got a high-powered rifle and then walk right in front of me as I pull the trigger.
He is the embodiment of the Leroy Jenkins meme.
He really does just Jenkins it. Yes,
my son always used the fucking mines. He was always putting out that mine drone. It's like, dude, stop doing that. You're killing us all. I don't care. Let's watch where you're going. Like, you fucking suck, dude. But yeah. It's been a hot minute since I played Helldivers. I hear it's really good again.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, well, if Trim was here, he'd fucking whine about how something's been nerfed or something, but I don't know. Trim also fucking changes his loadout. Trim will spend like fucking 15 minutes trying to perfect his loadout for the exact scenario mission you're going on. It's like, and I'm sitting here in the same armor I've been using for like the last year.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've enjoyed the stealth armor. So.
The stealth armor was actually a very different playstyle. It was very nice. I just like that I've now got a medium siege ready armor, which basically, for those who don't care, means that I get more ammo in my weaponry, which is helpful when you bring a heavy machine gun. And then you blow Trim's mind when you're more accurate with the fucking machine gun than he is with a assault rifle.
Well, that doesn't take much.
No, like nearly every time we play, I come in with more hits than he has fired shots.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious. But also, I think it's just hilarious that I'm constantly taking down those stupid fucking dive-bombing flyboys with a heavy machine gun.
That does seem to blow his mind. It really does.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just out anymore with stealth and C4, just blowing random things up and not giving a shit.
The stealth armor is a real game changer. It's like legitimately actually a game changer. So if you would like to see some of that, chat, you can go over to my YouTube channel. And at some point when Trim gets back, we'll stream that at some time, maybe, probably, possibly. Because it's fun trying to schedule shit over, like, the 3 most sparse time zones you can get. Disco also has a YouTube channel, but Disco is, as I said, currently dying. She's been sick basically all month and plus. The running theory as to why she's been sick so often is they've actually moved. So there's a different base layer of kid diseases. Because you know how when you send a kid to daycare, they get sick like 37 times in the first 6 months? Mm-hmm. The problem is, well, she doesn't send the kid to daycare, but she takes the kid out. And then the kid gets sick because it's a kid. And now she's moved. So the kid's getting all those lovely base layers of diseases again.
Poor Disco.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is unfortunate because Disco really needs the streams. She's going for getting fucking cabin fever, I think. We spent like 2 hours yesterday, just going over how much Steam fucking sucks. Or rather, the Steam library sucks. Like, just slop upon asset flips. Like, Disco found an asset flip with some guy on a tractor, and I found a different asset flip with the same guy on a tractor. Absolutely abysmal.
This is why I'm very selective anymore about games. It's just like, no, I don't need a reskin of something in a different genre. Just no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's at the point where it's so bad that I've gone and fucking downloaded, what is it, LA Noire, which is like, what, a decade plus old at this point?
Probably, yeah.
So it's like, I've re-downloaded that. I'm going to see if I can have some fun with that. What else is coming along in shenanigans? I'll do Trim's channel since he's not here. So don't forget that Trim has an art shack where occasionally he does videos where he talks to people while he draws, and he really needs to remember that A, I exist, and B, it'd probably be helpful to have people other than Dave and Bleach.
Yeah.
Because like a year ago, I'm like, hey, Trim, do you think you could get some other people rather than doing like 6 recordings in 2 days with me? And then I have to edit my own voice. And he somehow took that to mean never ever schedule a video with Vezit. Yeah, dear. But yeah. All right. We're working on trying a whole bunch of different things to get Trim some more traction, because unfortunately, as much fun as the videos are to watch, they aren't the most, shall we say, new viewer friendly. So we've been looking at some more shorter form content and very short form content. So hopefully that's coming along. We got a bunch of shorts. Oh, hey, that's the time when we were playing Halo and Trim managed to land a Banshee on his own head. That's a short on my YouTube channel. It's hilarious. Hey, Danny's in.
Oh, good.
And last and certainly not least, the boys have been, well, the boys are back in town, and they've been doing some streaming about, what is this, Jacopo de Pontormo, some foreigner with a foreign name.
Yeah, so the last stream was Pontormo, who was one of the first Mannerist painters, and Mannerism was the bridge between the High Renaissance and Baroque. I don't have the fucking the video or the thumbnail and everything done yet. But this week we're doing Anthony van Dyck, who is a Flemish Baroque artist. He was contemporary to Peter Paul Rubens and Jacob Jordaens. He was the official painter for Charles I before he was executed. Before Charles was executed, Van Dyck wasn't. But he really he revolutionized, or not revolutionized, but really set the standard for portraiture in the Baroque era. And some of his portraits are phenomenal. And some of his self-portraits are phenomenal. But yeah, we're going to talk about that and his religious works. He was very different from Pontormo in that Pontormo stayed in Florence his whole life, and Van Dyck traveled all across Europe, which was more common in the 1600s than it was in the 1500s. Which is understandable because traveling in that time would fucking suck. You're looking at like months to get places instead of just, a flight away. So,
yeah, but back when the most speed optimal, in fact, form of travel was owning your own horse. Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. And all I will give away one little secret. We're going to recover a topic that we've covered many times.
Trim.
It's almost a meme at this point. No.
Ah.
Specific scene. So I will leave that to the audience to guess which one it is.
Yeah. That could be. There's several of those, so I'm looking forward to that. At fucking 9 a.m. on a Wednesday.
As you should.
I don't get up that early, because I'm up like fucking 4 a.m. doing weird shit with Americans.
Well, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Well, you were there.
Well, yeah, fair.
Yeah, so that is the shilling. And, or sand shilling. Do we have anything else coming up? No, not really, because we did. God, February fucks me up. Yeah, like it feels like there's another week worth of days, or like a half week.
Yeah,
right.
So no, actually, it's another month now.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Bringing back ocean liners. We already have ocean liners for a lot of the time. But more people go. I mean, it's mostly transit. Like that. I don't know. I think I could get behind ocean liners and trains for traversing long distances.
Yeah.
Mostly because I fucking hate flying.
Yeah. The thing with ocean liners, though, is they're actually not cost effective.
Yeah.
Like
once they finish,
a 7-day bullshit cruise is like what, 2,000 Australian dollars?
Something like that, yeah.
And
now
goes the distance that you could get on like a $400 flight.
Well, I mean, once they finish diversifying the aerospace industry,
good point.
then I think flying, right? Like, flying will become like probably taking a big boat across the ocean is going to become the premier method of travel for wealthy people.
Yeah.
And in all reality, like for a lot of stuff, the work can be done remotely and shit like that. A lot of work can be done remotely. Like, why wouldn't you want to be on a giant yacht in the middle of the fucking ocean away from, down in an island sailing to an island in the Virgin Islands?
Well, I would suggest the reason you don't want to do that is, ever heard of this company called Carnival?
Oh, yeah. Well, if they'd stop letting people finance trips, they'd probably have a better fucking shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Horrific.
Yeah. Like ocean liners would be cool, and frankly, I'd be much more likely to take a cruise if it went somewhere interesting. And actually, I think that is actually a thing up in Europe. If you're going on holiday, you actually are more likely to legitimately take a boat and then continue your holiday. See Trim's job, for example. Like in Europe, it is actually feasible to get on a boat, spend a couple of days on the boat going somewhere, and then continue your journey. In Australia, ever heard of this thing called the Horn of fucking Africa? It's you're basically dealing with problems like that, getting from one side of Australia to the other. Or do you want to go through the fucking canal with the current political climate?
Yeah. It was interesting, because there was a cruise company. I can't remember who it was, and it was like a 5-day voyage from, I want to say like Miami to Marseille.
Ooh.
And I was looking at doing that for the 100th anniversary of World War One. So this would have been 2017 when the United States entered the war, and do that as part of a trip. And then I was like, that is not, yeah, I want that more for the meme of doing that rather than the true enjoyment. Because I looked at like the pricing, I was like, that's gonna be fucking miserable. Plus, I'm not there to experience the cruise ship bullshit. I'm there to transit over to Europe. So
Yeah, like fucking words, brain, think. It's 1 a.m. I need more caffeine. Like, I have seen ads on TV here for fucking river cruises. Like, what's the big one through Europe? Is it the Seine, or is that the one full of shit in France?
you've got the Danube, you've got the Rhine.
Rhine, that's it.
Yeah.
I've seen advertisements for cruises on the Rhine, but then it's like, oh, we're going to stop in such and such for half a day. It's like, half a day?
Yeah, I saw one that was like down on the Danube, and it's like, Budapest and Vienna, and I want to stop at both of these. I like both of them. These are like the two cities in the world that I actually want to see.
Yeah.
And then it's like, we're going to overnight there, but you stay on the ship. Like, well, I want to stay in a fucking, nice old style hotel, get up for like a coffee in the morning and walk about town.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So that's the thing. It's like cruises, they just don't interest me. So it'd need to be a pointful journey. Now, if I was in England, I could do maybe a day or two on a boat over to, I don't know, Norway or something. If it would even take that long. Or to somewhere in Europe. I mean, shit. You need to pick somewhere where you could at least do a night or two, but I could do an overnighter on a boat from England to somewhere interesting. But
so I when I was traveling there, I did get a ferry, had my rental car that I picked up in London, and I went from like Cherbourg to Rosslare or somewhere in Ireland. And then that was fun, because it was an overnight. It was a nice long cruise and got all the extra drink package bullshit. So I was able to sleep very comfortably while the ship was rocking.
exactly.
But yeah, it's like I know people that love cruises, and I'm just like, why do you want to be in this urban hellscape where you can't escape, where you can't get away from people? They're up all night. The food's expensive as fuck, and you probably get salmonella poisoning. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, and but I guess that'll come into more into play during your segment, Bleach. But that recent ship in the Middle East that like all the sewage system backed up on it because the fucking guys were flushing t-shirts down the toilet and stuff because they don't want to go war for fucking Israel. But yeah, no, to address Vinland's thing in the chat, yeah, the nuclear powered ocean liners would be a fantastic option and would be far more carbon neutral than anything that we currently have doing that. Because right now, all those ocean liners are burning millions of gallons of fucking diesel.
Yeah, if we could convert the cruise ships onto nuclear electric, that would be fucking boss. that'd be the way to do it. Like, and like all the long range massive cargo shit. Like, if we could convert those like 2,000 container ships into fucking nuclear power, God, that'd save a lot. Because like, I don't give two flying fucks about climate change, but but just dumping hydrocarbons into the atmosphere, generally considered to be suboptimal.
I look at more purely as the lifespan is much longer. Yes, you're going to have more qualified people operating it, so that means no more Indians running ships, which is a win.
A lot of out of work Navy guys.
Yeah. We don't have to worry about losing bridges at the same rate, and more importantly, it forces miniaturized reactors. It to become more and more commonplace, which means we don't have to deal with wind turbines. We don't have to deal with all this other blight on the land shit. We get small, containable, really effective and efficient miniaturized nuclear reactors.
I mean, they've had the micro reactors in they've had micro reactors in France for like 50 years, and they've been working fine.
Exactly. I mean, hell, until recently, France was the most nuclear powered country in the world, and then they got on this green retardation, and now they're like killing themselves or importing people to do that for them.
To go back to, I think what I think is the heart of Vinland's question. I may be wildlife based, but what do I think? Hold on, let me go back to the actual question, because I don't know if we've actually answered it.
Like he just said, what do you think about ocean liners?
It would. Do you agree that it would be cool to bring back ocean liners? I think it would be. I also think it would be cool. Unfortunately, there's a reason they died, and that reason is that they are neither faster nor cheaper than air travel.
Yep.
Like, I'd love to take some boats to some interesting places, but I'm Australian. Like, even at $2,000 a fucking flight, how long did I just? It'd cost nearly that much to take a boat to England or Europe, and it'd take far fucking longer.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, what if we had, because I think this would be a good middle ground. We just have to figure out the whole hydrogen thing. But what if we went back to airships?
Oh, to Zeppelins and shit?
Zeppelins?
Yeah.
I mean, they are cool. They are very, very cool.
And think it's like a cruise line, but in the sky.
Yeah.
I would go on that. Yeah.
See, I'd go on that too, but again, I wouldn't want to actually travel anywhere with it. It'd be more a curiosity in the same way as a hot air balloon ride. Just less shit.
But if you could go from coast to coast in the US or Australia or across Europe on one of those as basically like a week-long trip, I would absolutely do that.
Now you're getting more interesting, yeah.
I was
like how big would this Zeppelin be?
I was looking at right. I mean, along those lines, I was looking at I can't remember if I was reading an article. I think it might have been an article in Saturday Evening Post talking about in the I think it was the early 1900s or the late 1800s. There was a guy who designed basically a cruise ship for the desert, because traversing the desert as such in the north of Africa is such a pain in the ass shit. So he designed this basically a cruise ship with giant paddle wheels on it that could roll across the fucking desert, and it had like all these amenities in it. It was like a luxury cruise liner, but it was meant to go across the desert. Like that might be kind of interesting.
If they could get something like that to work, that would be interesting, because the desert's a real motherfucker of a thing to look at. But it can be really pretty in that weird dead way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it does remind me, and I know it's there's a lot of them out there, but like the excursion trains, where you ride for a couple hours or a day, and it's an old steam locomotive, and those I do love those. I find those
I'd
fascinating.
love some steam locomotives, but excursion trains are actually a big thing here in Australia. We've got like 5 different lines, and you can actually go a massive distance. What's the one, the big one? I think it's called the Gun, well, because it goes over the Gun, I think.
We've got Amtrak here. You know,
Yeah,
in
but it's so
America,
damn
Amtrak's
expensive.
supposed to go across the country.
Yeah, that's one of those technically a train services.
Because so I've been on an Amtrak up to Boston, and yeah, it was more it was a mixed commuter and whatnot, but it was just so damned expensive doing just a one way. It was cheaper to fly, and I also looked at basically like a lap around America by rail or go up through Canada by rail. And it's like $3,000 just for
Holy fucking Christ! Let's talk about that Australian train. $3,690 per person for 4 days and 3 nights.
Wow!
Remember, I could fly to Europe and back for that on the expensive flights.
Yeah, that's what gets me. It's like, and I know the costs need to be higher for certain reasons, but it makes it just unobtainable. Hell, there's a
that's the line, by the way.
train.
That's the picture I was looking for.
Damn.
I mean, part of me really wants to do that, but not at that price.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's pretty cool. Go from Darwin to Adelaide, but not at a price that would get me to and from Europe. Let me bring up fucking Skyscanner again, and this will get it. Remembering not to put in Trim's actual airport. Not that he hasn't said it before, but
Yeah. He's doxed himself. We all know his home address now. We can go knock on his door.
I mean, about the only thing Dave hasn't done is just given us a picture of a piece of mail. Or Dave just catching strays.
Yeah.
And Oslo, let's say.
Well, I mean, doxing my.
Oh yes, I'm just about to Google flights to Oslo for shits and giggles, because we're currently talking about a train journey across Australia that costs $3,690 per person one way.
Holy fuck!
So
I'll joined by a special guest.
He's a very special guest. So I'll just look this up for shits and giggles. So looking up a random day this month to fly to Oslo. The cheapest flight is because it's only $652, and then you can pick me up at the airport.
Fair.
So there are 3 options that this website is actually. What am I doing? I can just show you. You know, I live. My nearest capital is Brisbane, and you know that Oslo is the capital of Norway. So the cheapest flight takes 38 hours.
I'm currently working, so I can't look at the screen.
That's
Sorry.
all right, Jim. I will. I'm about to read it for people listening anyway. So the cheapest flight, with 2 stops requiring an airport change in London, 38 hours for 652 Australian dollars. The fastest, $2,149. The best, with only 1 stop at Doha, 24 hours and only 10 minutes longer than the fastest, for $1,295. Compared to this fucking train, I can fly.
That fly at minimum twice on the decent flight.
Yeah, on the not bullshit flight, I could fly to Norway and back, to Norway and back again. And on the bullshit cheap flight, see, the whole change airport in London really concerns me. Because I'm not
You
sure
gotta
I
get one of
want to
those
go.
stab-proof vests.
Well, it's less that and more, I don't want to go through English customs.
Well, but see, that's the nice thing. When you are in transit, you don't go through customs. Only
You
when
do if you
leave.
have to change airports.
Ah, is that a
Uh,
go from one airport to another one?
Yeah,
like
that's
Heathrow,
that's Heathrow to Gatwick or Gatwick to Heathrow. I think it's usually Heathrow to Gatwick. But so if I go up to the $748 deal, which takes 45 hours, which again, when you compare it to even the best option there, it's like, is an extra day in transit, because again, it's only an extra day in transit, is an extra day in transit worth $600? Kind of.
Depends on how much you eat.
Yeah.
If you want meals, it's like, yeah, get up there pretty fast.
Yeah. When you compare it to the fastest, it looks a lot better, but the fucking best is only 10 minutes slower than the fastest. But yeah, so that's 2 stops, and I don't have to change airport in fucking London, but yeah. Anyway, the point being, so this is basically comparable to a cruise or to a liner. So it takes 4 days with stops to get off the train and do things to travel that distance. Meanwhile, I could get to Norway and back again for about, call it $2,400 on the not utterly bullshit flights.
Maybe you should just drop by for a next vacation then, because trains might be cool, but airplanes, they fly.
Yes, but the problem with airplanes is you have to go to airports, and airports are like hell on Earth.
They are.
Yeah.
Especially when you find certain types of people where they go rink-a-dink-a-dink, and then when they sit down, they say, oh, now it's a good time. Their own biological weaponry.
Was that
Also
a
known as
smoke
food.
alarm?
Trill, is there something you need to tell us?
They're fixing the electric, so yeah, it does go off. So the music, the speakers in my room are connected to 3 separate devices, so I'm hearing 2 songs at the same time, where I feel like a fucking schizophrenic.
That was a smoke alarm. Yeah, that would be why. It's bleach.
What you talking about, boy?
There
He
you go.
know nothing what you're talking about.
He's a Norwegian.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of that, I'm currently in Denmark, and there's,
I'm sorry.
in certain stores, there's a lot of certain things.
A lot of balls, huh?
Uh,
Oh, dearie me.
so how you guys hanging?
Low and to the left.
Ooh.
Excellent.
Wow, that's the most 90s reference I've heard today.
Shut up, millennial.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's a, 90s kid, bro. It's just 90s kids, man.
So, Kingdom of Vinland's talking about building a replica of the Pennsylvania T1. Oh, that's cool.
That is.
What's that?
So it was like a 1940s aerodynamic train. And it was like a 4x4 drive system, if I remember right. Or not triple.
Quadruple 4. Yes.
So
it's one of those fuckers.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that picture before. There's got to be a better way to do that profile, but it looks so... It looks like what we thought the space age was going to look like.
Yeah. Although
I wish things were like that.
There's what's that, Hudson something, but my all-time favorite train of the steam era is the Norfolk and Western J class. They also had the K, but the J was the big one. And they have the 611 is still in operation. It's been fully restored, and it's a excursion train.
Oh.
Man.
I was trying to figure out what it was doing because it's like Victorian Railways, J-Class. I'm like, no, we want Norfolk and Western. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a bulbous
sexy
boy.
beast. Oh yeah.
Damn it! It helps if I've opened the fucking can before I take a swig out of it.
And it's like,
that's a pussy
one-
thing. Drink with the can closed.
there's one
got a
J
drinking
left,
problem.
and there's one K, and it's like what always I always found cool was this railroad. They built all of their own steam engines.
Nice.
Which is
Really?
rare, because most everybody's getting them from like Baldwin, and I can't remember the other big company. And I think it was like
Oh. Well, that
it's like
that explains why Bleach knows that. You know all about number 611, don't you, Miss Bleach?
I went on its last run before it was rebuilt back in like the 80s.
Nice.
Cool.
But I would just like to interject here and say, we're talking about trains. There is no fucking way that we're beating autism allegations after this, dude.
Oh, please. You're the
We
only
just
one.
embrace it at this point, dude.
That's what I'm saying. We're done for. There's no way. There's no question now. We're talking about fucking trains.
I'm sorry. What's the fucking name of your art series?
Oh yeah, no. I know. That's somewhat ironic, but we just leaned full into it right here. Talking about trains.
We've held off on rants about fucking guns and amateur radio before. I think we were already fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, we've already done trains like months ago, so this is nothing new.
Yeah.
The meme quote is, "I like trains." Goes perfectly for this group. Die, potato. There we go. And now
There is nothing more. Just I get why it's like the autist meme, because there's just so much fascinating to like look at on a train, like all the little moving
really
parts and all the the steam pistons and the engine building and
Yeah.
I mean, trains are just cool, though.
At least we're not those weird autists that just look at the numbers on them and don't appreciate the mechanics. Fucking
You know what I like about trains? You know what I like about trains, especially old ones? By sheer fire and steam, you can get to retarded speeds with a lot of mass.
Trim likes
Imagine
fire.
when he hits something. Yes.
I just watched Back to the Future 3 and
Oh.
or Back to the Future 2 and 3, and yeah, so they use that steam engine there. That was fucking cool.
Oh yeah, fucking flying steam train. I love.
Yeah.
I love fucking large vehicles where you can just. Something I love is large vehicles where you can walk around them while they're in movement. It's one of the reasons why I love Mad Max vehicles.
I like vehicles where you can actually. I like machines where you can actually see the machine. Like fuck modern shit with where when you open the access panel, it's just a fucking green PCB. No, I want my clicky clacky switches and my piston rods will take your fucking arm off.
What's the James Bond second tier villain in the one where he goes to Africa, the black guy who has a metal arm? That robot arm instead of the whole big overly designed ones. I prefer that, simple, heavy duty robot claw. That's fucking.
That movie kicks ass.
Live and Let Die. There we go.
Yeah, Live and
best
Let
intros,
Die.
too.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So here's a throwback question that's kind of weird. would you if you had to take a boat across the ocean, like the ocean liner stuff, would it be more fun to do it on like a fucking submarine like the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea kind of thing? Like this big giant fucking luxury submarine, nuclear powered submarine that went under the water. Like
if it had lots and lots of windows.
Fun to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, how many monsters are there in that sea, and what kind of weapons do we have against?
It's the real sea. The answer is yes, Trim.
Yeah, I'd love to fucking. I'd love to. That would be awesome. You mean they already do those kind of tourist fucking things like that, anyways? Like that's how those chodes died going trying to see the Titanic.
Yeah.
It's not just like them. They were just absolutely retarded, though. They were just absolutely retarded at every point. If you're gonna do this, do it with people who know what the hell they're doing.
You mean white people?
Well, yeah, but
white men
but
specifically.
it's the case in point. Yeah, well, those were all white guys it was white guys running the company. Well, a white guy and a bunch of women. but the principle is the same, right? Like you could take a luxury submarine ride across the ocean. Like that might actually be pretty fucking dope.
Yeah. Especially when you say across the ocean, I'm thinking getting from Australia to the US or Europe. Yeah, I'd much rather fucking go on a sub because there's only so long you can stand on the boat and going, yep, there's a reason we call it Earth. It's because it's 70% water.
Right.
See, I don't know. I have a bit of kind of claustrophobia in a sense if it gets too hot. And I can see it's not being too hot for me to be able to. It's like if it's cold and tight, like I'm fine. But it's like Minecraft when it's like I'm sitting on the tarmac and it starts getting hot.
Oh,
I start getting claustrophobic.
Yeah, I hate that. Yeah. Well, remember, you don't have to worry about emissions control on this luxury pleasure sub. So you can just use the massive fucking heat sink called the ocean and just have a heat pump and just dump the heat into the ocean. But, oh God, a massive luxury sub would be cool as shit.
Yeah, right? And also there would be less issues with the sea as well, because when you hit rough seas with a boat, that shit can get really, really inconvenient. I have no idea why I know that, by the way. No idea.
Dearie me.
I'm currently trying to I'm making the groundworks for a mural, by the way. I just need one of my paint brushes to dry out so I can start using.
Nice.
But,
indeed. Anyhow. We want to move on to an actual segment.
I was waiting for Trim to fuck off, but yes, we do need to move on.
I want to drop by and say hello at least, now that I have the ability.
Good, because it doesn't do Trim any good. He can't see the segment. And the next segment is entirely audio-visual.
All right. Well, before I leave, I just want to point out that the worst kind of guests you can have come from China, India, and France. Thank you all very much, and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
All the same ethnicity.
Idiot.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
If you had two nukes...
Okay, if I had two nukes, one would be into India to start a cascading effect. Just nuke their nuclear weapons facilities.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just big ball of atomic fire. Maybe make the place smell better. I don't know. And then the other one, that's a hard one. It would probably be between London and Paris. Oh, actually, no, New York.
Those weren't on the options, but I'll take, Paris.
Yes.
Anyway, so all love to Trim, but I was legitimately hoping that he had decided he needed to go back to work because I didn't want to be like, Trim, piss off so we can do a segment. But he was like, but yes, we do need to get on something. Unfortunately, we've bullshitted enough that we're going to be, we should be about good for time.
Yes.
So, I was kind of struggling to find something, and then I realized we could just steal someone else's work. So,
I mean, it is public domain, so yeah.
I mean, if I was watching on the White House, but I mean, it's close enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's something that
They can come fight me. Yeah. What are they going to do? Take our fucking AdSense away?
They'll try. Well, they had, when I was doing election coverage or some Trump speech coverage a while back, and say, no, you can't do that. And my response was, it's public domain. It's a public speech by a federal official. Fuck you. And they returned it. But anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I figured I'd have a look at a few highlights from the State of the Union, and shockingly, CBS's isn't negative-ish, mostly. But I suppose the question is, do we care about the US men's hockey team?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start from the
Our
beginning.
country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please,
Just shout if you want me to
Mr.
stop.
President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
USA. The important thing is they beat Canada. I didn't realize they were going to do this, by the way. Hold your phone sideways like a sentient human, you dumb bitch. At least the boomers has his phone sideways.
Go ahead.
Called and thrown out of an airlock.
Yeah. But also, imagine having a country that loved itself at all. It must be nice for a
Yeah.
change. You guys aren't used to it
You know,
either.
What I find genuinely just disgusting about this, yeah, you know,
New York?
it's one thing where it's like, it's one thing to be like, yeah, hey, you know, we've got a political difference of an opinion, yada yada yada, but it is so awful that it's like it's rooting for your country's enemies at this stage, and
Yeah.
Both foreign and domestic.
It's traitorous. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but it feels traitorous. And that's not something I like to throw around very lightly anymore, but it's becoming a more common thing.
Yeah. So yeah. Good job on kicking Canada's ass. They deserve it, especially after the Fingergate.
Well, they also booed our national anthem, so it's like, fuck
Oh, you
bitches.
cunts!
Yeah.
That should have gotten them fucking expelled from the games. The fucking point of the games is to not do that gay shit.
Well, it wasn't the players, but it
Oh,
was
okay.
But still, that to me that was like, all right, fuck you. Let I hope America just beats your ass. And yeah, there were some good fights on the ice.
Yes, hockey.
Yeah.
Boxing on ice. Don't you just hate it when they interrupt your synchronized ice boxing with the stupid game of puck in net?
I will say, if anybody out there hasn't seen the game, even if you're not a big hockey fan, but you have a passing interest, watch it. That is a fucking amazing game. That's some of the best hockey I've seen played in a long time.
Well, for hockey fans, that must be great. Oddly enough, hockey not big sport in Australia.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're gonna have to become a little more cultured then.
I'm fine. I'll take up football with the round ball.
Yeah,
that you kick with your foot. That'll fuck you Americans right up.
I mean, if it's rugby, fine, but this hugby bullshit where it's like you roll around crying because somebody looked at you and you get your yellow card to inject your faggotry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that and it reminds me of the best thing about Canadian team got food poisoning from curry. We missed the taste of home. Then why the fuck are you getting curry, you dumb fucks?
I thought that was a joke.
No.
I
It was, there was some report. Now maybe it got proven false.
I've got to check this.
Cindy Crosby got food poisoning from a curry.
Well, I've got to check. Apparently, unfortunately, there's a bunch of other things that rhyme with curry.
Fleury? Fleury? Marc-Andre Fleury?
Yeah. I don't see anything confirmed, which is disappointing.
Well, it's in my head canon now, so I'm not changing it.
Danny's talking about his first Winter Olympics gold medal. when the Australian speed skater won because everyone else fell over. and unlike the fucking autistic kangaroo woman, that guy was actually a legitimate sportsman. Like, he was a world-class speed skater. He just wasn't the top of the world class. But he actually had compared. He'd won shit.
Are you saying that you don't want to relive the absolute break-dancing glory?
Well, firstly, breakdancing shit. Secondly,
well, yeah,
she was shit at it.
but Raygun, man, she's like, she's so hip and cool, yo.
She's a stupid feminist slag who only got into her position because she used her literal privilege to buy her way into the competitions.
Right.
Yes, and you said feminist like 12 times in that sentence.
Different words. Right.
Look, I do want to strip her of her citizenship and send her to Canada.
I wanted to. Never mind. It involves sharks.
I had other suggestions as well, possibly involving crocodiles. But YouTube tends to frown on those.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the funniest thing ever when the Australian speed skater won because everyone else fell over. But he
Well,
was.
there's that one chick that almost lost her fucking eye.
Yeah,
too.
that was fucking wild.
Yeah.
Like the other one we're talking about is from several years ago, but that one was this time around. Like, holy fuck! Like, good thing she was wearing eye protection. Or am I thinking a different one?
Yeah. No, that's that's the one. That's the right one. She was like millimeters away from losing her fucking eye to
Like,
a speed skate.
Holy shit!
How absolutely terrifying.
When
dude.
you watch that video, like, if it wasn't for the eye protection, it would have gone like an inch deep in her fucking head through her eye socket.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to say that your eye protection saved your eye, but her eye protection saved her fucking life.
Yeah.
Like, that was dead set aiming straight for that eye socket. Would have penis gone straight into her fucking brain. Ugh. Absolutely wild video.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting back to the State of the Union, we will skip forward to the State of the Union. Not the State of the Union, the Supreme Court. Thank you, Brian. That's very helpful of you.
One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Even in time.
I believe that when I see it.
Yeah. He talked about getting rid of income tax. They'll never get rid of income tax. But he also talked about that the tariff was supposed to the tariffs were supposed to come back to the American people, like the money that we saved on, because the tariffs were supposed to come back, and that never fucking happened either. So, tariffs should be how we pay for shit. I think over income tax. Absolutely. I shouldn't have to pay like a third of my check to the fucking government just for the privilege of working. right? Absolutely fucking ridiculous. So, and the Supreme Court being how they are about stuff, was shitty, but it was funny that in Roberts' dissent, or not Roberts, was it Kavanaugh?
Kavanaugh's
I think it was
dissent, yeah.
Kavanaugh. Yeah, Kavanaugh wrote the dissent and basically explained how to get around the Supreme Court and this shit.
Yeah.
Which is what he was alluding to there with like the complicated and time-tested legal methods to do it.
Yeah. Basically, if my understanding was right from the means I've gathered my information from, it's basically he ticked the wrong box on the application form, so he just needs to resubmit with the right box ticked.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. That fucking
the
wiener
other
right
thing-
there, John Roberts. Fuck, I hate that guy. Yeah, keep
I-
going.
so Vance needs a fucking nap, man. Jesus.
The problem with the income tax is it's a constitutional amendment. That's what fucked things up. Thanks, Woody Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. What's this one? Oh, this is a good one.
Challenge, setback, and immense heartache. The spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th
No, it's not
of last
related to
year
this one,
when
but-
floodwaters
Okay, sure.
tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClament closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever
Coast Guard,
rescue mission.
presumably.
A young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Yeah, stand up, you fuckers.
Oh, did they get everybody to stand up for that one? Even fucking.
Yeah,
They
they
couldn't
want
not stand up for that.
if I could have. I don't know if the story will tell you, but that was the dude in just in that last shot. And the girl being referenced is standing next to him.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
Honestly, that's true heroics, and I admire that. Instead of that bitch.
Hey, if she can do it, what's the Democrats' excuse? And she did it
And Petty
before most
Officer
other people
Ruskin,
take it.
I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors.
I don't care
We will
about
always
that.
protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
They're not protecting Social Security. They've already
Since I took
subverted
office, the typical
reporting
401k
infinite
balance is
fucking Bomalians and not making them pay into the system that supports it. Instead, just becoming entire leeches off of the system that supports it. You know, we have so many, and I talked about that in a segment previously about because that was part of the visa thing where they halted all the visas from places where the people come here and just become burdens on the fucking system. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean they kicked out the illegals that are doing the exact same thing. But he's spot on. Like, they have not bothered to safeguard that social safety net away from people who would abuse it and take advantage of it. And in fact, they've worked to the opposite. They've worked to give away our posterity and our fucking, our wealth to people who are never going to return it. It's absolutely disgusting that we have all of these foreign leeches in our country just sucking up the resources that are meant to go to, like, my parents, to your parents, Bleach, to me. I've worked my whole life and paid into that system, and I will never see a dime of Social Security. By the time, unless I get hurt or something seriously now, like become disabled in some way now, there's no way that I'm ever going to see anything from Social Security.
Well, and this is just kind of in the technical side of it with Social Security. I pay more to Social Security than I do in state income tax. And
oh, damn.
I'm not going to see a fucking dime of Social Security.
Nope.
And it's like, there goes a portion of my paycheck that I will never see ever again for the rest of my life.
Right.
Fuck that.
I've been paying into that shit for, almost 40 years. And, well, probably closer to 35, but still, like, by the time I'm to the age where I should have been able to collect it, I will have been paying into it since I was 16, actually 15 fucking years old. Mm-hmm. And I'll never see a penny of that, which was promised to me. Like, the whole reason that we let people take that from us is because it's supposed to be there for us when we're older. Like, it's supposed to be there to protect us and save us when we're old and we can't, but it's not there. It's not there because it's all been parceled out for fucking illegal aliens and migrants and people who are wholly undeserving of our largesse. They've just come to our system to steal from us.
It's worse than that, because I look at it and I remember back, like, one of the few things that I was fully on board with W was he was talking about having some portion of Social Security set aside for private accounts. And I'm like, yes, please. Yeah, I was just getting into the workforce. I was starting to see how much of my money was being robbed from me. And I'm thinking, if I could get 20%, I would prefer 100%. But even if I could just get 20 fucking percent of my own money set aside for me in old age, I would be okay. But it's like, no, I'm not
God,
shit.
You do not want a system like that in any way fucking handled by the government. Trust me on that, because that's basically what Australia has, and it's a fucking shit show.
If the alternative was the current Social Security system or that, I'm losing that money either way.
Yeah.
So
no, what you need is for the government to fuck off, and then for you to make your own choices with the money.
Yes.
Like when you're on minimum wage in particular, which is enough that you get to pay tax. Fuck you very much, government. Like, when I was in the call center, my tax was equal to what I was getting on the fucking unemployment.
Yeah.
It's
insane.
Maybe government, maybe if you weren't taking that fucking money from me, I don't know, afford shit. And then there's the extra money that they're supposed to pay directly into, well, what do they fucking call it? Superannuation is the stupid bullshit. Because it's supposed to be a super annuity. Yeah. Guess how that fucking works when the Guess how that works? Because it's handed to private companies to invest in the stock market for you.
Right. Well, and I guess that's kind of the like that's the danger, but then that's also the American part. It should be the more American part of it, is that if they gave you that money to invest yourself, you would probably be, most people would be better off investing that retirement money themselves or taking it and investing in a private equity firm. That would also increase the overall value of the market because it would put more money into the market for investments, it would grow the economy, right? Right now, all Social Security does is grow the fucking government and create a pot that they can dip into whenever they feel like it. A pot of our money.
Yeah, and don't forget that because it's so complex, they need to hire private contractors to administer it for them, and then they won't give those private contractors any perverse incentives whatsoever. Like, they couldn't possibly get private companies involved in managing the unemployed and then decide that they'll pay those companies more the longer somebody has been unemployed when they get them a job. That quite possibly create any perverse incentives.
No.
Right.
Completely ignoring the obvious reality where, for some reason, the government is getting private contractors to harass the unemployed and make sure they're applying for the right amount of jobs every fortnight. Oh, shoot me.
Yeah,
and then these companies get paid more. These companies, which don't get people jobs, when they do actually get someone a job or convince someone to sign a piece of paper saying that the job they got on their own was got for them by this company, the company gets paid more the longer that person's been unemployed. So if they have one job available and say Dave punched his boss in the face tomorrow and needed a new job, and then there's some layabout loser who hasn't worked in 2 years, which one of those is going to get handed the job by this dipshit fucking private company? Someone who actually needs it, like Dave, or some fucking loser?
Well, and our economy is so fucked now.
You guys have an economy?
That yeah. Well, I was I was listening to a video from a dude talking about. He said the average college graduate now has to put in 1,500 job applications before they get a job.
I believe
they'll submit 1,500, and that's the average. So that means there's people submitting far more. And like last time I was job hunting, I easily submitted 500 applications, and of course that's because that this may be getting into the weeds away from the State of the Union, but still, I guess it's all tied back to the fact that the Social Security, the social safety net, all that stuff, it's been malappropriated for far too long, and it would be better off in the pockets of the people who earned that fucking money, because the government doesn't earn your money, they just take it.
We
Danny
have a
Delete
message
Zero
from Danny.
donated $10.
And the
Here's
assistant's going to
proof we
read it
still
first.
have an economy. You like our money more than your own.
Danny's donated $10 and says, here's proof we still have an economy. You like our money more than your own. Damn right I like your money more than my money. There's a reason. There is a reason everything is set up in US dollars. Because it makes Bezic richer.
Yeah, and he makes a good point. If I could stop losing a third of my check, I'd have enough to buy so much more shit. Oddly, I'm far more okay with a universal sales tax than an income tax, even if I hate taxes. Yeah, because even if some of the stuff that is kind of non-taxed now got a tax on it, I would be okay with it because I wouldn't have to buy shit that had a higher sales tax if I didn't want it. You could do a luxury tax on some things, not a VAT, for God's sake.
A consumption tax, right?
Yeah.
So just a tax on what you're actually consuming and using. That's really the fairest way to do it, because as it stands now, You're taxing people just for working. You know, you're taking money from people who are working and that means that I can't spend that money myself. So if I had that money and I could spend it myself, you could tax the shit out of that money there. Not tax the shit out of it, but you could tax money there. And then that would incentivize, or that would be better off for spending in general anyways. And it would be the most fair tax. Like there's not really much fair about our current taxing structure because it's so convoluted that it's easy to do loopholes and get around stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly right, Danny. It punishes you for working more.
Yeah.
And at the very least, I'll say at the very least, you know, the big beautiful bill or whatever had the caveats and the carve-outs for working overtime and tips and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't penalize you for working more, working harder. But a consumption tax would affect the rich and the poor the exact same way. It's the only real fair tax.
Yeah. Since we're ranting about job search, I'm going to have my own fucking rant because I'm still looking to pick up money. I need money. And unfortunately, the audience is big enough that even with their generosity, like, it's not exactly a livable income. As much as I appreciate the super chats and things, it doesn't quite pay the rent. So if I want to do something other than just scrape by, like I got my fucking pittance from the government Saturday morning, and by about 20 minutes later, I had less than $200 left for the fortnight. 200 Australian. It's like, yes, I still need to buy a $110 car tire with that. Yay! But yeah, anyway, that's not the rant. It shouldn't be the rant. The rant is how fucking much of a dick it is to look for work. Like, there's no part-time work available. There's like maybe 4 fucking jobs within anything resembling a reasonable commute from me that's part-time. And I frankly think I'm too autistic for full-time. But even looking at the... Yep.
So the importation of infinite fucking Bamalians has consumed all of the low-skilled labor jobs, right? And the jobs that are, you know, were meant for teenagers or meant for people who just need to make the, you know, make the ends meet, like a stopgap thing, you know. But right now, you know, all those jobs are being done by there's a lot of those jobs being done by under the table illegal work. You know, and even people working fraudulently, working off of a fraudulent work ID or a fraudulent social security number, stuff like that.
Oh, just not paying tax
my
at
mom
all.
told me, right? Well, and my mom told me when she was down in California for a while, and they have Vietnamese beauty salons all over down there. The Vietnamese people run all the nail places. Well, what they'll do is just have one person with a social security card, and they'll all work under that one social security card. Well, they're only paying taxes for one person, but there's 8 of them working, and they're all working and collecting money, but they're only paying enough taxes for one fucking person. Now, if we had a consumption tax, they couldn't get around that because then they'd have to pay, because then they couldn't get away from paying the taxes. But as it stands now, with the income tax system, it rewards and incentivizes people who work under the table and don't participate in the system, but just take from it. Like their only participation in the overall system is just to collect the largesse of it, and that's absolutely upside down.
Yeah,
should not be that way.
You're especially right on the whole fucking infinity Bamalians fucking the market. Like, I could happily do the night shift at a service station or something. No, fucking infinity Bamalians. Every service station is run by some fucking Indian who can't speak English, and you can barely tell him which fucking Bowser you need to pay the fucking cat on, because remember, petrol's post-pay in Australia. It's like, I want the fuel on pump 2. No. Fuel on pump 2, you dumb fuck. Oh, no, I don't want fucking a $30 bag of crisps. I want my fucking fuel that I'm getting ripped the fuck off for by you dumb cunts and the fucking government. Give me my fucking fuel receipt. Fuck off. Die in a fucking fire.
Yep.
But yeah, all those jobs, like all those jobs that would be filled by teenagers, women, by which I mean like the partially employed raising kids, what else you're meant to do, but when the kids are at school, etc., kind of deals. The partially disabled, like myself, who just don't function in a full-time work environment, like all the shit like that. All those jobs that would have been available there, just filled with infinity Bomalians. Oh, yep. But we're only bringing in skilled workers. It's like, what fucking skills do you need to fucking not even pump gas at a service station? Because again, self-serve. It's like, oh, you just need to fucking punch in numbers at the register. Can you make the beep machine go beep beep? It's not fucking high skilled shit. No, it's fucking wankers bringing over their cousin Bob. Rajesh,
exactly.
Because I got
Rajesh.
37. He goes by Bob because he thinks it makes him less likely to get deported. He's wrong.
Right. Yeah, it's the current state of our immigration has broken the system, and it's really subverted it in a way that is a betrayal to all of us. And here in America, the Democrats have enabled that, and in fact, a lot of the Republicans have enabled it too. Let's not fucking kid ourselves. They're all. It's a big fucking party, and you're not invited. But they're all responsible for it. The Republicans are quietly responsible for it because they never voted against it and they never acted to stop it, while the Democrats openly advocated for it. So yeah, they're all culpable for the fucking problem.
Yeah. Well, I want to address
the good thing is rope is cheap.
So are bullets. When you compare to the cost. To address what Maureen said, women do work a lot more part-time than men because work is stupid and we'd rather be at home. And you can get away with it. How socially acceptable do you think it is for a man to work part-time?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's part of the broken system. But then, do you know, the thing is like fewer men would have to work part-time if there were more jobs for the men to do. Right? If our houses weren't being built by fucking day laboring wetbacks, and our convenience stores weren't run by towel-headed Jeets, and our fucking IT companies weren't staffed with H-1B fucking visa fraudsters, then there would be more full-time work. For the natives, for the people who actually deserve those jobs. But instead we've opened it up to the world, and we've opened it up to countries that do not share our values even in the slightest, and revel in the fact that they are stealing from us.
Yeah, that's another key part of it. Because the full-time jobs are filled with people who shouldn't have anything to do with our countries, the part-time jobs are now filled with the people that would be taking those jobs. So now the people who would normally take a part-time job, like women with kids in school, the disabled, the fucking school kids, the university students, all the usual suspects of part-time jobs. They've all been pushed out because all the part-time jobs are now filled with either fucking the Bomalians or the people who should be in a full-time job if those full-time jobs weren't filled with Bomalians. But no, it turns out that it turns out that it's cheaper to hire 6 fucking Indians who only do 20% of the work than it is to hire one fucking Australian.
Well, when you could basically get away with paying slave wages to these subhumans, that's what they're going to do every damn time.
Yeah.
And that's disturbing, because I've kind of ranted on this before, and a lot recently. The housing crisis. Okay, that stems from not enough single family houses being built. Everybody's being
Mhm.
forced into apartments. When you have
Yep.
divorce rates, so you have single people occupying homes rather than families. And then when you're being flooded with people who don't give a shit, they're packing like 30 people into a 5x5 room, all packed on top of each other, spreading out like locusts, taking all these damn jobs, and then wrecking the housing market because of that. Because nobody wants to move in after they ruin the house. Hell, there was a house I was looking at buying a couple years ago, and it was being rented out to some illegals, and I'm like, no fucking way, because I'm gonna have to rip up everything and redo the whole damn house. Fuck that.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
it gets into cycles where
Because they
it's-
don't care. Because
Right.
even like, well, and as we saw during the Indian trash game, which was funny. One of my friends got introduced. One of my guys at work got introduced to that this last week and spent a good time doing that shit. He was amazed. He was like, "Wow, I can't believe it. It's true. You just can't go anywhere without trash." But you know what? Even so, when they're living in like the rubble of fucking buildings that they haven't even bothered to maintain because they don't care, like
Yeah.
they're just looking for a place to sleep, and they're not actually like they're not intelligent enough to want anything more. Like they're barely a few steps above animals in intelligence wise. And so they fucking act like it and they live like it. And so the shittiest places here are better than some of the nicest places there. And so they'll come here and live in absolute squalor, but it's still cleaner and nicer than where they fucking came from.
Yeah. Not to mention, if they come here for even a 3-year temporary visa or whatever, even at the fucking slave rates they get paid, and living 10 to a fucking room, that's fine, because in 3 years' time they'll go back and be the richest person in their donkey fucking town. They're they're one donkey power agrarian fucking shithole.
We need to stop remittances for one. That just has to be off the table.
Yep.
You know, it's like I'm
Yep.
sorry, you're coming to my country, you're harvesting my wealth and sending it back to your shithole so you can live like a king in your shithole. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's been a thing for a long fucking time. Like that's been because when I was a kid, the Mexicans would come up here and work for 3 months during the summer and harvest season or whatnot, or they'd travel around for half the year doing harvesting, going from farm to farm to pick crops or whatever. I mean, it happened all over California. It happened here in Idaho. It's happened all over the West.
Yep.
And they would just work for the part-time here and then fuck off for the winter because they could go down to Mexico and live like kings with all that money and support giant families back there with the money that they spent working. And I don't remember if it was you guys I was talking about before, but I had friends that did, they went and worked on the fishing boats during the summer.
Mhm.
Like when I was in high school, I had some friends that went and did the fishing boats during the summer. And they would go work for like 3 months up in Alaska on a fishing boat. And yeah, it was hella hard work, but they would make like 10 grand just over the summer. And which is, you know, which for a kid in the 90s was a fucking ton. And they wouldn't have to do shit for the rest of the year. Like they'd come back here, they'd buy a nice car, and they'd buy a nice car and then blow a lot of that money. These guys specifically blew a lot of that money on meth. You know, but it was like they didn't have to do that work full time. They weren't supporting anybody. But that's what those fucking guys do now. Instead of keeping that money here in the economy, they take it back to Mexico, or they take it back to India, or they take it back to fucking Nigeria or Somalia or wherever else they take it. You know, they're extracting wealth from our country to feed their country. And it's retarded. It's like something like some of these countries, their GDP, a significant portion of their GDP is based on remittances. It's based on the wealth they've extracted from our nation, whether it was through legal or illicit means.
Yeah,
know?
and you don't get a cent of taxes for that fucking money either. Well, cent of sales taxes.
No.
You know,
No.
I mean, it's like going to a gas pump, starting your pump, starting the pump up to fill your tank, and then somebody comes in, sneaks over, grabs it, fills up their tank, fills up 5 gas cans, and then slips it back in your spout while you're barely paying attention. And you're paying for it ultimately. You just get no benefits.
And I've seen videos of migrants taking food stamps. So they're taking the food they buy with food stamps. There's a buzzing sound in my background.
No.
I don't know. That's what LGM's saying. There's a buzzing sound in my background.
Well,
I don't know what that could possibly be, but anyhow, I've seen videos of them going and using food stamps or, food benefits, buying tons of food and shipping that to their families. So they're not just taking the wealth because, they're not working. They're just, it might be something with Discord.
Yeah, it's going to be Discord being shit. Because we can't hear it.
It sounds like somebody's like, I occasionally I hear something that sounds like a wah, 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 wah. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I don't think it's coming from Dave, and the wah, 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 wah might be, again, for anyone who's not aware, we're just slightly mentioning it, there is a 2-foot wide industrial fucking workshop fan about 1.5 yards to the left of me, because I still haven't had the fucking air conditioners installed.
Yeah.
My boys, I think, were just running the blender or something in the kitchen. I thought I heard something. I don't know if that may have been it. But
maybe I couldn't hear the blender over the industrial fan.
I don't know.
But
tell me if you guys still hear it, and I'll pop out of
it's
Discord.
Probably Discord it's probably Discord integrating with OBS. So if you can still hear it, and especially if you can hear it from Bleach, let us know, and we'll do a quick reset of Discord. Because Windows
my
sound
audio
management sucks.
Yeah. And to jump in here, it's like the in Ireland, like all these immigrant Indian students going to the food bank to get free food because it's free. And it's like, that's to help those that are hard up, not just because you showed the fuck up. Fuck you.
Yep, they should be fucking deported. And that's my general solution. Like, why the fuck are these places even letting them have it? Like, fuck off. No, you're not fucking Irish. Get out.
Well, hell, it's like, even if they're students, it's like, I'm sorry, you're not that hard up just because you have extra melanin. Fuck you. I'm tired of all of this.
But also,
oh, well, you're just being racist because it's like, no, because if it was some white scrounger, I'd be just as pissed. But they just it's the culture. I keep going back. It's the culture that encourages and allows this. It's like if that was alien, going and taking shit because it's there.
Yeah,
was alien to these people. I don't think anybody would have any problems because they'd actually be integrated. But they don't, so fuck off.
Yeah, it's like I covered a while back now some dumb international student bitch complaining that she couldn't afford rent. One, you can look this shit up online. Two, interesting, that means you lied on your visa application, so you don't have $30,000 that you can spend.
Right.
Like, oh, I don't have enough money. Oh, you lied on your visa, deported.
Yep. Right. Nobody should get off the fucking boat here, the metaphorical boat, with their fucking hand out, waiting for something. Nobody should do that. You get off the boat, you should be ready to fucking participate in society and contribute to society. And if you can't do that, we don't fucking need you, and we definitely don't fucking want you. That's how it should be.
Yeah, these economic migrants need to fuck right off. Like, shit like this is why I wish I could win the lottery and buy myself a fucking investment visa into the US. On that note, Bleach, if I ever win the lottery, we're starting a business.
Okay.
I don't even know what in yet, but we're starting a business.
Yeah, I've got a business, a small business already set up for that kind of thing. So, so we can all join in on it.
Nice.
Got a tax ID here in Idaho.
Nice. Well, I have ideas of what we could do. Well, one of the really stupid idea is Leanne Field replicas functioning, of course.
Yeah,
I was going
There
to
you
say maybe we should look into becoming SOT dealers.
Yes.
Okay. We want to listen to more of the. We want to go back to the address.
Yeah. We
The what?
should.
So we're actually at the point where I need to skip some things. So we've done well.
Yep.
I can skip the gay shit. I can skip the other gay shit.
Senator Mark
Now
Kelly.
let's look at the. Let's go back to the National Guard thing.
Yeah,
I want to see. It's the one right
ones
there.
that was
Yeah,
that
I
one.
want to see.
That's the one. One of the ones I'm thinking of. Yeah. Well, let's have a look.
One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom.
Arabs.
Yeah.
After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country.
He said terrorist 3
And all
times.
because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot.
Why was he mean on
traveled here.
fatty again?
Because he didn't like people
Is that
wearing
the
our
parents?
uniform. He was
Must
sick
have been her
and
parents.
deranged. Should
Ah.
have been in our country. Sarah
Close your mouth.
Beckstrom died in order to defend our
What is it
capital, and we are honored to be.
Completely
You know-
rather sidetrack. What is it with women who just wander around trying to catch fucking flies?
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
why
And
she got the glasses as a shield.
I can see that she's emotionally hit by this, right? You can tell the father is emotionally hit. You know, I've never lost a child, and God willing, I never will. You know, but even just this last week, and I was talking to my supervisor, and he mentioned my brother, and it still hit me. You know, it's hitting me a little bit right now thinking about that, and I can only imagine how horrible it must be to have your child have your child volunteer to be part of the National Guard, which is, you know, that's an honorable thing to do.
Mhm.
It's an honorable thing to try to volunteer to defend your nation. It's honorable to try to do that. And she was murdered by some, you know, illegal fuckwit who never should have been in our country. And I can't imagine how hard that must be.
Yeah.
And how heartbreaking that must be for these people.
Yeah.
So we'll give Fatty a pass on with the fucking mouth open.
Yeah. So giving her a pass. Is it just me, or has there been an uptick of women who just wander around with their fucking mouths open?
It's
Yeah, I've kind of noticed.
it's a sign
that.
of low intelligence. It's a sign of low intelligence. It's mouth breathing, a lot of it.
The craziest thing is like, it's not even that. It's like average intelligence women in average intelligence jobs. Okay, that's not really helping the argument. But it's women you wouldn't expect to be mouth breathers who just sit there with their lips apart. Like, they don't look to be breathing through their mouth, but they're just sitting there with their lips apart. It's like, I can see into your face hole. I do not want this.
Well, they're women, dude. Their default state is mouth open.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, if it's not filled with something useful, they'll talk and ruin everything.
Well, you gotta rush to get the problem.
So, yeah. But anyhow, let's
but
aside from fucking roasting the mom.
Who really doesn't deserve it.
No.
Yeah, she doesn't.
I'll just address LGM's comment. He says either a gun or amateur radio store. A gun and amateur radio store.
Yeah, why does it have to be either or?
Yeah, chat says it's from all the BJs. It's probably from all the Litfield, but anyway. Let's go back to Trump.
Joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her.
Holy shit, that blonde bitch to the right.
I think it's tremendous that he's honoring these people
It is.
and honoring their daughter's legacy in this way.
So sorry. Thank you
that's
very
one
much.
thing I will definitely give Trump.
A great
He
young
knows
lady.
how to do a theatric flair without it being like overly overdone. It's like, yeah, he gilded and all that shit, but it's like he's talking about these people and their daughter in a way that you're thinking about them, not who's actually speaking, and that is a talent.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So wonderful veneration.
Indeed.
Let's carry on.
Oh, they do get something, and yeah, let's see what it gets.
So we're like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
Now, isn't that sweet? She's so proud of him.
Absolutely. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
Like, what faith? Because I'm sure it was faith that carried her through that. So,
Yeah.
incredibly admirable.
Yeah, it must have been fucking horrific for her. Anyway, but back to the video.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Who's that, and why are they wearing the flag of a foreign country?
Wish I knew.
If he likes Ukraine so much, we can airdrop him on Russia.
Right.
We'll strap
Anyhow,
into a
carry
bomb
on.
and launch him into Moscow.
Let him do the fucking Doctor Strange love. He can ride that bomb down.
Yeah, he can ride that bomb all the way down. Yeah. I need to watch that movie one day. Anyway.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
That's a hell of a man right there.
Man.
Go ahead.
Shit.
Yeah. Damn.
Well, I wonder if it
Right.
came as a
I wish it
surprise to him. Because it kind of looked like it did.
I'm pretty sure it did. And
Like, he might have known the award was
I'm
outside, but he
stop
probably
reading.
wasn't expecting it there. Is it raining inside
Yeah.
again?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a terrible day for
Kids are
rain.
cutting onions in the other room or something.
Yeah.
In January, elite American warrior
We'll skip that one in the interest of a little bit of time. And go. Do we want both Medal of Honors? I think we do, don't we?
Yeah, might as well.
The fucking onion cutting ninjas insist upon it.
Oh, most honorable.
Dear. In relation to the staff sergeant, Maureen says, "Oh, he looks so happy and a bit shy at the same time. I want to buy him ice cream." Firstly, I don't think that man should ever pay for beer again in his life. But also, secondly, it looks to me like he's still suffering some cognitive effects. It looks
I
like he's
wouldn't be
having
shocked.
nerve issues in his face,
Yeah.
which,
Yeah. No,
frankly, after being shown in the head, if that's all that he is dealing with, thank fuck, but it's still gonna suck.
Yep.
There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a
Big,
massive
beautiful,
Chinook
powerful cock.
carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters.
It was long, hard, and full of semen, wasn't it? But this time it's a flying one. Jesus Trump, you don't need to set him up that badly.
Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. He knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good? While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric
Fucking
was
guys
hit
got good timing.
very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Silver is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in.
Yeah, so the first thing I'd like to say is, of course he survived getting shot. Who would expect the fucking T-1000 to have an issue with that?
Jesus, no shit. That guy is a fucking unit.
Like, holy crap.
That's the kind of guy where you're just like in a dark alley, and it's like either he's going to murder me or he's going to protect me. There's no other options.
Well, when he retires, maybe he can take up a fucking job as Superman. Like, holy shit.
Well, but you know, it's dudes like that make our army and our military the most powerful one in the world. It's not because, like, they can put more people in the Chinese army, but they're going to be fucking Chinese guys. They're going to be little, small, rice-fed fucking Asian guys. They're not going to be these big corn-fed hillbilly motherfuckers that can, you know, bench press 300 fucking pounds, get shot in the leg, and then go home and fuck their wife in the same day. You know, like, it's not going to be the same thing. So
I'm just going to say 2 words that disprove the size part of that. Audie Murphy.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Remember, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And this guy has the fight of a chihuahua in the body of a fucking... what are they, like the fucking lion dogs from Italy?
Oh, yeah, the Rhodesian Ridgebacks, yeah.
No, those are from Rhodesia.
Let's play it. Let's
yeah. What an absolute unit, though.
So
Turned into
we
fucking
have a
base.
surprise for Eric. Kanemi. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty,
I'm surprised. Does he not see the guy?
General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Also, fun fact, you cannot, because the real ones are serialized. If you try to buy or sell those, you are going to jail. It's like, it's like after a certain, it's like there's certain ones made before a certain date that are legally, but it's dealers don't handle those. It's you know, like they'll get it in a private collection. It's like, I guess it's going to a museum, because that's typically how those are handled, which is kind of badass, honestly.
It is.
Yeah.
But seriously, that guy's fucking massive.
Mm-hmm.
What an absolute legend. I can't believe that he managed to land a fucking helicopter with fucking heavy machine gun rounds through his fucking leg. Like, fucking hell. Those things are hard enough to land at the best of times.
Yeah, the Medal of Honor comes with at least $1,500 a month plus to their pension.
Not bad.
So, which isn't insubstantial. Yeah.
It could be better, but it's not bad.
Hey,
it's
tax-free.
Tax-free, yeah.
Oh, it's tax-free as well. Yeah. That certainly helps. But it's the Medal of Honor, damn it. Give them a little more. Give them $1,776 a month.
Kingdom of Inland pointed out that he's one of the fucking Night Stalkers. Holy shit.
Yeah, a Death Stalker, you mean? Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
So,
holy.
Elaborate on that, because I'm not exactly sure what that is. So
the Night Stalkers are basically a black ops helicopter unit. And so it's like lights out, go in dark, you know, just they're very, very highly trained. And they've been around since I think the 80s. And yeah, it's like they do like night insertions, they do night rescues, they
this fucking guy does night insertions. Look at him.
Look at her.
Look at the way his wife's looking at him.
This guy does insertions anytime, anywhere, and no one can stop him. And yes, he's also got a fine piece on the side there too.
The Night Stalkers is with the whole Black Hawk Down. That's Durant, Mike Durant was one of the Night Stalkers. So yeah, they're fucking beasts in the air.
Well, they say all helicopter pilots are crazy. So imagine being a special helicopter pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, let's get onto this one, because get the shotguns, boys, because you're gonna need you're gonna need to go after the unnamed cutting ninjas for the last one. Like, what a badass. Like, that dude looks like his leg is not remotely healed well enough to be standing up. That guy looks like the only reason he's staying up is because he's moved his massive fucking balls to the other side to counterbalance his fuck leg. But jokes aside, it kind of looks like he is powering through pain, so extra badass.
Oh yeah.
Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Zooming on this loser. We broke more in, guys.
While flying combat patrol over northeastern coastal waters of enemy-held North Korea, Lieutenant Williams demonstrated extraordinary heroism by intercepting a superior task forces of MiG-15s to protect the ships of Task Force 77. After thwarting the enemy's initial attack, he maneuvered his aircraft to make 2 firing passes on one MiG, which spiraled into the sea. He inflicted heavy damage to a second MiG, and started smoking badly, retired from the fight. When his own aircraft was severely damaged by a direct hit from one of the remaining MiG-15s, Lieutenant Williams evaded further enemy attack while continued to direct the dogfight. He eventually found cover in a cloud bank, broke off the engagement, and miraculously landed his nearly uncontrollable aircraft on the USS Oriskany. His exceptional airmanship, coupled with his complete disregard for his personal safety, resulted in the destruction of 3 enemy MiGs, severe damage to a 4th, and undoubtedly saved lives of hundreds of Task Force 77 sailors. By his undaunted courage, bold initiative, and total devotion to duty, Lieutenant Williams reflected the great credit upon himself and upheld the highest traditions of the U.S. Navy service. Damn.
What? That's
impressive.
Like that's better than what fucking was it Tom Cruise pulled off in fucking Top Gun.
Yeah.
Legitimately. That shit is crazier than what was pulled off in Top Gun. That was fictional.
Yeah. I have to wonder if they based some of that off of his story. or just rumors of his story.
Possibly. But it was also, what, the 90s or something? And
86.
86 is even better. So it was like, it was still the fucking Cold War. It's like, yes, it will be, the enemy will be the Russians.
Yeah.
But fucking hell.
Actually, it was technically more the Iranians in that.
Yeah, it was something like that. But I think it was Russian jets or something.
No, they were.
Were they?
They were marked as Soviet, but they were basically, was it F-4 Tigers or
okay.
Like I can't remember.
Fair enough. But still, I think the final battle was him versus 3. Meanwhile, this guy, what was it, like, he took out 4, or at least it damaged 4. And I think there were more planes than that in the attack, I think.
Down 3, and disabled a 4th, and the rest broke off.
Yeah, so basically, this fucker and his, 2 wingmen just pile dived into fucking 11 fucking MiGs in the fucking middle of the Cold War, in the height of the fucking Cold War.
Well, no, this was in Korea, so yeah, fuck.
Yeah, height of the Cold War.
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah.
Yep.
back when it was actually debatable who was going to win, before the Union started collapsing.
Well, and hell, I mean, the Grumman Panther that he was flying wasn't a great fighter at the time. It was like not. It was not a MiG 15. It was not a great fighter. It was. So yeah, to be able to do that with basically a World War II, end of World War II designed fighter, that's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Yeah.
What an amazing compliment. Totally deserved.
Yeah, I'm glad he got to get his medal. Awfully, they better give him that pension retrospectively, damn it.
That's my tax money I'm willing to spend.
Fucking high. What an absolute legend. Yeah, that's some good Medal of Honor choices. And then there were the 2 Purple Hearts and the other thingy for the Coast Guard dude.
Yep.
Because he didn't he didn't get in the face of the enemy, but absolutely fucking heroic. 150, approximately 150 lives saved by this one dude and his crew.
Damn.
Like,
so I pulled up the Medal of Honor citation for Slover if you want me to read that too.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, let's go.
Or
All right. Chief Warrant Officer Slover distinguished himself by conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty on January 3rd, 2026, in a mission to Venezuela to support Operation Absolute Resolve. Slover piloted his MH-47 as lead aircraft of the operation, tasked with executing a highly complex infiltration through hostile integrated air defense systems to safely deliver military forces during ingress. Chief Warrant Officer Slover skillfully led the helicopter force through a dense jungle valley, mountainous region, navigating marginal weather conditions, numerous topographical hazards, and near insurmountable surface-to-air threats. Upon touching down in the landing zone, Warrant Officer Slover's aircraft immediately engaged in multiple machine gun positions at close range. Hostile fire resulted in 15 armor-piercing rounds entering his cockpit, 4 legs striking his leg. Despite the intense and effective enemy fire and great personal risk, Slover maintained his situational awareness, aircraft's position in the line of fire to ensure safe infiltration of military forces. After the force disembarked and despite suffering significant life-threatening injuries, Slover identified hostile heavy machine gun positions that were engaging his aircraft and targeting ground forces. He maneuvered his aircraft to enable his door gunner to deliver effective fire, successfully neutralizing the threats. Slover's heroic action undoubtedly saved countless American lives and ensured complete, overwhelming success of this mission. His gallantry under fire and extraordinary valor are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself and the U.S. Army.
What an absolute Chad move. And god damn, that guy looks like the fucking prototypical GI from the World War II propaganda movies. Like,
Oh, yeah,
god
right? For
damn.
real, he looks like he could be on a fucking poster.
Yeah.
He's like, Uncle Sam wants you, and he was talking directly to this motherfucker.
Comparing notes, it's like, and I guarantee Slover here, he's like, so you're more of a badass than I am, kind of mentality.
Yeah. Oh dear.
LPM, why does this guy look like a badass version of Stelios from the other
It's in the
podcast?
years.
Yeah, and the hair, I'm sure.
Also, guys, get you a woman that looks at you like that.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. I'll take being shot in the leg 4 times if it gets me a woman that looks at me like that.
Yeah, but you have to go fly your helicopter into danger, Bezic. So,
well, the good news is any amount of me flying a helicopter puts my life in danger.
especially with your training.
Oh. Yeah. That's good. That was I mean, despite the fact it's coming from CBS and they're not going to host it, they're not going to show any of the controversial shit. I appreciate that they put together coverage that highlighted they put together coverage that highlighted the honors that were given and the honorable people that deserved it. And so yeah, bunch of white pills. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because I skipped the whining from the Democrats that was in it, but yeah, I was actually pleasantly surprised at the highlights that were in the CBS video. So now that we've had white pills, Dave's got bullshit for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's start with play that. Let's start with the update on the terror thing. Let's play this video here from Lauren, who's a great follow on Twitter. If you don't follow her, she's fantastic.
Yeah, and let's see if I should be able to get this in full screen. And Maureen says, "Yay, brown pills." No, we're not going to Minnesota.
No curry pills.
This is still kind of a white pill here too, a little bit.
Yeah,
but yeah. Let's
back doing a TikTok, piggybacking off my other TikTok to do the oh hey, guess who was right? Yeah. So left-wing domestic terrorism down in Meridian, Idaho. We knew it. It was obvious. But anyways, I kind of want to go through. It rolled out last night. They identified who it was. DHS came out and actually provided their investigative report. And so I went through it, and I kind of want you to see, if you scroll down to page 4, these are just some funny things. I know I made a post earlier, like, our enemies are low IQ. It's hilarious. I thank you, Lord, for giving me low IQ enemies. So you scroll on to page 4 and you look, it talks about how this person used her Fred Meyer card with her name on it at the gas pump to fill up the gas cans. And if you keep going down and you scroll to page 7, it talks about how she bought the gas cans at Walmart, and like, there's footage of her at Walmart buying gas cans and gloves. I don't know why she needs gloves, because she turned around and used her ID to buy gas. To fill it up. Okay, so steals the ambulance out of the ambulance bay and canyon, goes to a stage location where these gas cans are, picks them up, puts them in the ambulance, drives the ambulance to the front of the St. Luke's building, the Portico building where they are leasing to DHS, gets out, pours gasoline everywhere, but doesn't get to light it, like takes off running. Okay, leaves the gas can, receipt from Walmart in the ambulance. In the investigation. It's actually kind of pretty funny. So what I really want to do is start connecting some dots for you guys.
Did you use her fucking credit card for the gas cans too?
I guarantee.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. She did.
Yeah. Oh god, that fact is stupid. Anyway, what's this one we're watching's name again?
This is her name is Lauren.
Oh, yeah.
But her handle is Rogue Lou.
Yeah. So we'll go back to what Lauren was saying, but I'm just astounded by the stupidity. So you use your rewards card to fill the gas cans that you bought at Walmart with your credit card in your car. Like, it would have been easier to just set yourself on fire, bitch.
Right.
Yeah, anyway.
Maybe that was her intention, you know? Anyhow, keep going.
We'll go back to Lauren with actual information.
So you have this woman, and here is her Facebook. And it says right here that she is a part of a group. She's a member of a group called Idaho 50501. So Idaho 50501, we discussed them a little bit in the last TikTok, where they were presenting in front of the Portico building, and a bunch of Democrat candidates were there, and here they are, and they're doing their thing, and no, DHS can't go there, oh, everybody boycott St. Luke's, whatever it was that they were doing. So here's the video, but I want to start tying this in, because obviously we have some incitement issues here, right? So you've got, like I discussed, you have the Idaho 97, you've got Babe Vote, you've got Voter for Idaho, you've got 50501, and you have media. You have media, giving these people airtime, encouraging Idahoans to call in and boycott St. Luke's or leasing to DHS or whatever. But this 50501 group is actually kind of interesting. So if you look at this video at the Portico and you look at the person who is recording the video, this is the guy who records all of the things. It is Idaho Blackbird or Boise Blackbird, okay? So keep that in mind, but fast forward to this guy. He goes, when our legislators came into the presentation with all the illegals bills, he sat in the front, and here's the video of this.
Part of an ICE watch group. I have personally seen ICE agents myself, and we know they operate. Now they operate fast, so that it's really hard to get a picture of them. It's really hard to get a video of them. They show up, they do their business, and they're gone.
Yelling at our legislators, calling them racists.
Yeah. Real homegrown and rice fed.
California transplant. Yeah.
Fortunately, he's got less IQ than he has hot meals. Presumably.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Probably vegan.
He's soy-based in the gay white way, not the mostly effective Asian way.
Right.
In the middle of legislative life, right? So he's yelling at them, calling them racist because they want illegals bills because they want to follow federal law, and proceeds to go out into the hallway and verbally accost a Jewish lady that we all know, and very frustrating. So you're calling them racist, but you're the racist. Okay. And then has to have the Capitol Police escort him out because he's a triggered little boy. His name is Jaewon Lee, and Jaewon Lee actually got interviewed by Idaho Talks, which is an IPTV production. So your tax dollars pay for IPTV. They're the same ones that we record and we use to get you guys clips out. But here they are interviewing a guy who stalks and harasses Jewish women and is always in the Capitol apparently and is always recording, and couldn't find a more legitimate person to interview about the immigration issues, interviews an activist. So your tax dollars, that's the slant we're talking about. You know, when Trump came out and said defund PBS, this is what we're talking about, right? You don't get to interview guys who are affiliated with 50501 that he does all their pre-recorded briefings and stuff. You don't get to interview that guy. They all are they have a member of the group who is a domestic terrorist, straight up left-wing domestic terrorist, cut and dry. So this 50501 group, they also showed up last night. So last night Don Jr. had a big stablecoin thing. He was down at the Grove in Boise. And if you go through the 50501 page and you look at it, you can tell here it's all pro-alphabet people stuff, and it's pro-anti-ICE stuff, and here's a bunch of stuff. Oh, everybody get to the Grove. We gotta boycott Don Jr. Okay, so fast forward to the Grove. Here we have Jaewon again, the Blackbird guy, right, with his camera out, and he's filming, and another leftist gets arrested. So, there are not too many degrees of separation here, right? You've got domestic terrorist, member of 50501, the recording guy, the live streaming dude for all of their events is this Blackbird person who not only verbally accosted the Jewish lady in the Capitol, but also did it again last night, from what I was told, and many other people. I've had people call me all day telling me that them and their wives and stuff were verbally accosted by these people. So, and they made no bones about it, it's what they do. So maybe we don't let that person in the Capitol anymore, since, there's not too many strings off from domestic terrorism there. Okay, so back to to legislative. Today's kind of boring. Yesterday was poppin', right? So all these things happen, right? We got a burger fell to print. We've got the blood bills moving. We've got the illegals bills. So the illegals bills again. We've been harping on them over and over, and we got to get them through. So 700 passed, which is penalties for employers who knowingly employ illegals. It's only a misdemeanor. I know people are complaining about it, but like we got to start somewhere. We got to get teeth in somewhere, right? We'll just enhance later. And then we've got 704, which is the Goody Verify bill, and that's passing. So as these are moving through the opposite chamber into the other committees, I will just change the recipients, and we can go through and just keep cycling the same click links and email as much as we can. Just want to tell you all that, and I'm going to end you with the funny clip of Kyle Harris, Representative Kyle Harris yesterday. Funniest thing I've seen, calling out Idaho dairymen, lobbyists. So.
Follow up, Representative Harris. Thank you, Mr.
Is this guy saying anything interesting? Cool. Hey, I recognize this guy.
You can skip him. Yeah.
Right. You have presentation? At least something to show?
Yeah, I've got an article to go over. Of course, I've got the Not the Bee article up about this article. When they're arresting her, and like Boise police don't fuck around. Like you can't. They won't hesitate to beat the shit out of you if if stuff goes fucking sideways.
Okay, what's the problem here?
I've been saying they don't fuck around. So these guys trying to be violent and stupid in Boise is just the wrong thing to do because they'll get their asses beat. But just show a couple of one of the clips from the screenshot it's from this Katie Davis court. And I think this is I don't follow her, but anyhow, this picture, the woman with the fucking bandana and the drinks her latte every day, yellow teeth, sunglasses, all that bullshit is prototypical of the low IQ spastic leftists that we have here. And so I'm not surprised this happened, and I'm kind of surprised that it didn't happen sooner. And I'm definitely not surprised that this woman fucking narked on herself so hard because, again, they're such low IQ fucking idiots. They think they're doing righteous stuff, but they're so, bro, the libs are not okay right now. Anyhow, so that's the Idaho update. The next thing that I wanted to talk about was Discord, because that's been a huge thing for us. So Discord originally, when they first started doing their, when they first announced it, people started digging in and they found that they were going to be using this Palantir adjacent software to verify IDs. And in 100% typical fashion, those places have terrible OPSEC. And so the code for it was found on a Google Cloud endpoint. And I'll read a bit of this article and then we'll discuss a little bit about what Palantir is. So communication platform Discord is under fire after an identity verification software is used. Persona Identities was found to have front-end code accessible on the open internet. Nearly 2,500 accessible files were found sitting on U.S. government-authorized endpoint, researchers said on X. The files showed Persona conducted facial recognition checks against watch lists and screened identities against lists of politically exposed persons. In addition to verifying a user's age, researchers found Persona performed 269 distinct verification checks, including screening for adverse media across 14 different categories, such as terrorism and espionage. It then assigns risks and similarity scores to user information. So that goes back to what we were saying earlier with them trying to remove your freedom and your privacy. They weren't just trying to verify your age. They were trying to verify your identity so that they could then do a background check on you over it. It's not about finding out if you're old enough. It's about finding out finding out if you're going to meet their social credit environment. And the information was openly available. We didn't even have to write or perform a single exploit. The entire architecture was just on the doorstep, wrote the researchers in their blog, adding they found 53 megabytes of data on a Google Cloud server connected to Federal Risk and Authorized Management Program. The researcher believed it to be infrastructure associated with a government verification system, pointing out the accessible files included evidence of persona tagging, reports with code names from active intelligence programs. Discord previously employed Persona in a test trial earlier this month as it continues to address the platform's growing needs for user age verification. The AI software, partially funded by Palantir founder Peter Thiel's venture firm Founders Fund, continues to provide age verification services for OpenAI, Lime, and Roblox. Both Persona and Discord confirmed to Fortune their partnership lasted for less than a month and had already dissolved before Persona's front-end files were found online. According to Discord, only a small number of users were part of this test, in which any information submitted could be stored for up to 7 days before it would be deleted. So that goes directly against their claim. This information doesn't leave your device. That was fucking lies. No one's surprised. This is the first time a third-party vendor has come under scrutiny for mishandling sensitive user information for Discord, which is popular, blah, blah, blah. Last year, hackers accessed government IDs of more than 70,000 who had complied with its age verification requirements. In a statement from October 9th, the company said the attack was not a breach of Discord, but rather a breach of third-party service provider 5CA. Discord stated the breach affected only users who communicated with the company's customer support or trust and safety teams. So trust and safety teams take over fucking everything. It all becomes like trust and safety teams are like, they're like HR because they're pervasive and they end up with governance over everything eventually. At Discord, protecting the privacy and security of our users is top priority, which is a fucking lie. That's why it's important to us that we're transparent with them about the impact of their personal information, the statement added. Affected users received an email if their government IDs, IP addresses, or limited billing and corporate data were leaked. And earlier this month, Discord faced almost immediate backlash after announcing it would default all accounts to teen safety settings. Users seeking access to additional features would require to verify their age using Persona. So, and again, completely contrary to what they said, what Discord's announcement was about this information will never leave your device. You just fucking lies. Rolling out teen by default settings globally builds on Discord's existing safety architecture, which is, again, almost non-existent. Discord's head of product safety, Savannah Badalish, said in a statement, the company will continue working with safety experts, policymakers, and Discord users to support meaningful long-term well-being. So I guess raise your hand if you want Discord to look after your fucking well-being. Right? Do you want Discord to have that hand in your life?
I don't want the fucking government having that hand in my life, let alone some fucking retards that are trying to appease shareholders they don't even fucking have yet because they're about to try and do a fucking IPO, which is going to look great now that they've lost a bunch of fucking subscribers, the useless cunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and you want to talk about fucking pervasive? I popped a link in there for when you might find it interesting. Because it's about to wipe out half the fucking planet.
Yep.
Yeah, it's coming down. They've really ramped up the global ID thing. That's why I think 2030 is going to be, you know, because it does happen once a decade. It's like every 10 years something crazy happens. I think 2030 is when we're going to have a serious reckoning over internet privacy. I mean, we're already in the throes of it, right? But we've got 4 years to go. We've got 2 years of Trump presidency, and then 2 years of who else whomever comes after that. Now, if it's some shit lib, we're going to end up with a giant infrastructure of age and identity verification, largely provided by military contractors, so that they can build their social credit system.
Which we talked about in depth in the shilling section, for anyone who's joined later.
Yeah, which we already covered that. Discord said it could determine the ages of most users using information we already have. Most users would not have to upload government IDs instead, and instead could opt for video selfies. Fuck you. We
Video
offer multiple privacy-forward
nuts.
options. Right? I'm going to draw a smiley face and get some googly eyes and put it on my balls, and then I'll use that. That's another funny thing. Like, I wonder how many dick pics these guys are getting for that, because the number is more than 0, which would be hilarious to make all these people have to manually review pictures of your dick with a funny face drawn on it for age identification. So we offer multiple privacy-forward options through trusted partners, the addendum stated, adding facial scans never leave your device, Discord and our vendor partners never receive it, which absolutely does not fucking track with the persona's method of doing things. After identifying, documents uploaded to Discord would be submitted to the platform's third-party vendors and deleted quickly, in most cases immediately after age confirmation, read the statement. IDs are used to get your age only and then deleted, it continued. Discord only receives your age. That's it. Your identity is never associated with your account. Which I don't understand how that's even fucking possible. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, oh, we're just using your ID to verify your age, and it's not associated with your account. Like, I was born a fucking night, but I wasn't born last night. That shit don't make any sense.
Yeah. The only possible way it can work is if they're using some kind of AI or more basic system to extract the date of birth from the card and send only that, or rather extract the date of birth, calculate the age from that, then send that to Discord. That's the only possible way it can work. Do I believe that that is what they are doing? No, I think they're farming it out to 1,000 Indians.
Yeah. Right. and they're using all that to scam the shit out of people.
Mm-hmm.
To me, what it kind of comes down to, and this is, I know we've talked about this before. It's like, if I've got a credit card purchase through whatever internet application, that should be good enough. Because I'm
absolutely
waiting for ISPs, like especially like the big ISPs, to start, we need you to verify blah blah blah. It's like, fuck you, no. I may have to go without internet for a while, because fuck this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's like they're trying to push everybody towards Starlink. They're trying to push everybody towards, which is in itself dystopian, right? People shouldn't have to be able to look for just one big. There should be more than one alternative to your stuff. Like, it's bad enough that the ISPs have effective monopolies in most places, and even though they're huge regional monopolies too. Like, Frank's saying in the chat, Spectrum, Cox, Verizon, like Comcast. I use Sparklight and Comcast. Like, there's only a few of them. They're all regional because they all have like non-competes with each other. They don't want to step on each other's markets, and so they stay out of them.
So some of this comes from the old build-outs of the telephone system and poll rights and stuff like that. So from that perspective, it does make limited sense. But the thing that I keep drawing the line at is, okay, yes, because of poll rights, because of all that, because you don't want 10 different polls for 10 different service providers. However, when it comes to like additional carriers, because you see it with cell phones, you get the Mint Mobile ads and all that, where they're basically selling you a second rate version of. I think we need something like that with ISPs. We really do, and I, because it's so easy for the government to say, hey, yeah, come on in, buddy, old pal, and start messing with that sort of stuff. So I'm kind of at that level. It's like, I know why it's this way. I know why some like cell phones, you only have basically certain blocks of signals being bought out and certain things. What I really get kind of wrapped up in, and sorry, this is just like a little different tangent here, but it's such a stacked system to where companies are getting bigger and bigger and more combined. I worry that we've got to a point where we need more competition. We need more startup companies to come in and say, yeah, we can provide that. But the system.
You mean you don't want the United Steel and Standard Oil to run everything?
Surprisingly, no. I know it's a little out there, but no.
That's exactly, but I mean, that's exactly what this is coming down to. And I can't help but see analogs to a lot of that shit about a lot of what's going on now. Like the Great Depression was largely caused by like two other guys trying to fuck over JP Morgan. Like it wasn't like this giant, failing of the economy. It was rich people fighting each other that destroyed our fucking economy in the 30s. And that's what, and how did we get out of it? Through a fucking war. We had to go to war to fix it. And that's the same trajectory we're on now. But anyhow, back to the article here. So Persona gets personal. Persona CEO and co-founder Rick Song told Fortune that the files were not a vulnerability, but instead publicly accessible front-end information, which was found. What was found was uncompressed files of a front end that's already on every single person's device, he said. Adding the information is available on the company's Help Center and API documentation, which that's true. Like my company's API documentation is available publicly as well. Of course, there's a lot more to get into it, and we have like a fucking 64-digit key that we have to generate on for you to have access to anything. But I don't think having uncompressed files online is good. No shit. Song went on, but added the information found by the researcher is the uncompressed version of the company's compressed source map online. I think this is one of these in which the contents of it seem scarier, but internally we didn't even consider this a major vulnerability, which might be a problem on its own. Song still considers the partnership between Persona and Discord to be a success. I think the performance of the product did incredibly well, the CEO told Fortune. The reason why we were able to say all that data was redacted immediately is because the data was redacted. It had already been redacted upon processing. It's not like it was due to the termination of the contract that we deleted the data. It's deleted immediately after a verification of the individual. Now, whether you want to trust that or not is up to you. Song denied any ties to Palantir, ICE, or the government, but said the company was going through FedRAMP authorization. We are trying to get FedRAMP, and the goal of that is we do a lot of work for the workforce security, which also uses the whole other set of information to confirm an employee who they say they are, as compared to a user on a social media platform verifying age. So let's see. ICE, we have no relationship with ICE. Palantir Song screenshot of the email exchange read, the CEO added that some of the members of the company who have received backlash are new grads or people who have recently signed on. I don't think these people are the ones that the public's ire should be directed at. And if anyone, it should be directed at me. So send hate his way, send bad thoughts this guy's way. These identification verification services are the thin edge of the wedge when it comes to removing any sort of privacy that you have. So briefly, I'll go over why people don't like Palantir, or why people are worried about Palantir. And of course, because Palantir uses that, they use that name that we're all familiar with from Lord of the Rings, the Palantir, the Sight Stones. They did that very intentionally, and it's because, you know, Peter Thiel is he's a tech bro, you know. But it's interesting because he's a tech bro who is he's a tech libertarian, meaning that he wants the government to not interfere with the development of their services, but then also he wants to sell everything to the fucking government as well. So he wants people to stay out of the government. He wants people to the government to stay out of his business while actively selling his business to the government, which to me is just really fucking weird. So what Palantir does, or what they were started, let's go back to the beginning I got here. So Palantir was founded in 2003. And then in 2004, they received early funding from In-Q-Tel, which is the venture capital arm of the CIA. So he doesn't want the government's intervention, but wants the government's money. It's a documented fact that's not up for debate. What do? They don't collect intelligence in the field. They build software platforms that help agencies organize data they already possess. Their flagship product, which is called Gotham, is a giant database engine with visualization tools that can connect phone metadata, financial records, travel logs, social network graphs, intelligence reports, and surveillance inputs.
And the microchips in your brain.
Right. Yeah. It's a dashboard that intelligence agencies and government agencies can use to correlate all of this data that they collect and tie it back to you, and then tie that data back to risk assessment factors, back to, you know, potential security risks, whatnot. And a lot of this shit goes back to the Patriot Act. In the post 9/11 world, when people were still, because in 2004, you know, we didn't have fucking smartphones back then. Phones didn't have internet access in 2004. And so people were really ignorant to the dangers of allowing so much government control and intrusion into the internet. And a lot of the time people then were still on the it's a private company bandwagon, right? They didn't think that they thought that you could just opt out of using a lot of this stuff. And again, that was before, also in 2004, was well before Facebook and Google and all of those companies had taken over and became the hegemons, right? We still had a variety of, like, MySpace was coming up. Before Facebook even took over, MySpace was coming up. There were tons of them back then, tons of social media sites back then. Friendster was another one.
Oh God.
So
yeah.
It wasn't this, like, you're either going to Facebook or a Facebook analog, which I mean that by by anything owned by Meta, or TikTok, which has taken over the Chinese spyware app, or Twitter. You know,
the Jewish spyware
people were still
app.
using Ask Jeeves, right? So people were still using Ask Jeeves. Yahoo was still a big part of the search market. And so at the time that they squeezed this Patriot Act through on us, Americans did not understand, the world did not understand the implications of what it meant or what it could be used for. They only looked at it as a way to, like, oh, they're just going to go after terrorist networks. Well, that wasn't even remotely the fucking case, and that isn't even close to what happened afterwards. And in fact, in the case of the UK, you can see they're doing the exact opposite. They're going after people speaking out against fucking terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I think it's also something that is worth pointing out, because I mean, unless you're, you know, my and Dave's age, it's something where you look back in retrospect, but at the time, it was very much okay, this is a little uncomfortable, but they've got a sunset, and hopefully they'll let it go once the crisis is passed. And then the crisis never passed. And then that was that moment of like, yeah, no, this isn't what I accepted. This isn't what I was sold. And it's something where, yeah, it's easy to look back in retrospect, but when you're in the heat of the moment, when all this shit's going down, it's very easy to get blindsided by it and kind of put the blinders on and not think about it critically. And everybody thinks about things much more critically now than they did. And I'm talking even the most black-pilled of us then probably didn't see things the way they were compared to now.
Yeah. And I've always been against giving the government extra power for anything at all.
As one must be.
Right? Because, I mean, and as much as I want people kicked out, I want ICE to have trainfuls of fucking people kicked out. I don't want them to be able to use social media or online verification or have to do this like complex web of correlation of private data to find it.
Especially
they should be doing
when
actual investigations.
Well, there is a middle ground. There's all these retards starting, what are they, fucking ICE alert groups. It's simple, just get added to that group, and then when they go, everybody, you watch out, ICE is going to such and such, it's like, oh, that's where the brown people are. Get them, boys.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
just some basic
and by and large, it shouldn't take
investigation.
And I also sorry, Dave. I
go ahead.
Just want to throw one last thing in. Is a lot of this was sold very much in a they're just not sharing information between government agencies. Don't we want to fix that? And most people are like, well, why should there be these barriers? And it didn't just take down the barriers; it stripped down the barriers between warrantless searches, essentially, and data correlation. So
yeah. And on a I guess a related note, that's what your star card for the Americans in the audience. That's what your star card is. Your star card for your driver's license, the one that lets you travel by plane and stuff, is part of a national database, which is why you had to go through such an annoying re-verification process to get your fucking license with your star card. Is because it was part of, because before the like Washington couldn't look at Idaho driver's licenses and back and forth, right? The FBI couldn't just tune into the Washington state driver's license database, but now they can, right? And so between things like the star cards and then of course federal license firearms registration, that they've been able to create this national database of people who own guns, of people who have licenses. Now, to what I was gonna say before, that's a nice pair of boots. To what I was gonna say before, they don't need to do a ton of investigation because many of these people who have signed up for benefits, they're getting welfare, they're getting any of that shit. We already have their information and they already know that these people are illegal. A lot of the people that ICE are going after now, they're not using these huge correlative tools to do it. What they're doing is looking at the arrest records for a county. They're looking at the arrest records for a city and they're like, oh, okay, this guy was arrested and he's illegal. Like, and that's one of the biggest problems with the compliance with ICE anyways, is that the sanctuary city bullshit. Like, if those guys get caught doing a crime, they should just be picked up and fucking yeeted out. There shouldn't be this like, oh, well, we're just going to release him back into the community. No, you commit a crime and you're not, especially if you're not here legally, that should be a one-way ticket back over the fucking border. But back to the dystopia really quick here. So Apple is rolling out age verification tools worldwide to comply with more growing child safety, blah, blah, blah. So of course, and this ties into, so Discord, in the wake of getting such a fiery backlash, and getting caught with their pants down, lying to us, or I guess their pants on fire too, lying to us about shit. They've now rolled that back. So in the United States, you're not going to have to verify your identification until the second half of this year. So they say. They're not going to start rolling out the global identification verification until until the second half of the year.
What do you fucking do? Well, that's fine, though. It gives us plenty of time to find an alternative, because this guy can suck my dick. Yep. We're gonna have to. Yep. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to get a price off of Monkey to figure out how to integrate subscribe stuff with whatever alternative solution we find.
Right.
Remember,
and
subscribing gets monkey money too.
Yeah, there you go. And they're still rolling it out for Australia and all your other dystopian fucking places that have been cracking down in the name of child safety, removing privacy in the name of child safety. So that's in the interest of letting Bleach speak to World War III. I'm going to cut it off there, and we'll go talk about the bombing of Iran.
Oh shit!
I mean, yeah, but just to kind of conclude for your segment, Dave, it's like it's all it has become such a meme to be like, oh, it's just for the children. It's like, I don't give a shit about the kids anymore. They're safe on their own. They're probably safer than by themselves without government interference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's been such a meme for so long because, like, before they killed off Flanders' wife on The Simpsons, which, was probably near 3 decades ago. Her thing was, oh, please think of the children. Like, The Simpsons lampooned this bullshit so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yet people seem to fucking forget and buy into the bullshit. And I still see it in comment sections and stuff like that when people are like, God, if parents would just parent. It's like, no, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. And if you think this is about parents parenting, you're a fucking idiot. Because it doesn't matter how much parents parent. Oh yeah, it was Helen Lovejoy. You're right. But it's parents parenting doesn't stop the government from doing this shit, because a lot of parents do parent and they're still falling victim to this shit. And we're all still falling victim to it.
Yep.
So
And basically,
That's my
fuck
angry
Discord,
rant.
fuck Apple. Presumably, Google's going to do some stupid shit. Fuck them. If I have to buy a fucking spyware-laden phone from fucking China just to access the internet without being spied on by my own fucking government, I fucking will. Because what's China gonna do to me? I don't have any.
Right.
I don't have any secrets China gives a fuck about. My government, on the other fucking hand, bunch of dipshit tyrants.
Yep.
I'm far more scared of my government than I am of fucking China.
As you should be.
Right. Yeah. Because I already know China doesn't really bear me any goodwill. They may not specifically bear me ill will, but they don't have any goodwill towards me. And at this point, my government is demonstrating openly that they have ill will towards me and they have ill intent towards me and my rights and my freedoms.
Yep.
And they're willing to use private companies to do it, to enact that.
Oh, yeah.
Which is all this is. Like, they're just vicariously using private companies to violate your rights and your security and your privacy.
It's for the children. No, it's not. It's so you fucking bastards can have it easier to link our identities to our opinions. Opinions such as...
Yeah, exactly.
The entire German government is full of Nazis. The entire Australian government is full of dipshit communists. The American government is mostly full of retards. And the only good communist is a dead one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now there's a Australian government drone circling above your house.
Yes, okay. It was made in China. Anyway. Yes, we should have a go over to Mr. Bleachy Bleach. I got distracted from the time too, Dave. I was looking up memes for later.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, right. Before you switch over, let me hit a refresh here real quick.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, whenever.
There we go. I think we're ready. Yes. We are.
All right. So, yes, I want to preface this was my initial plan was to go all over the border war with Pakistan and Afghanistan, and then this happened. Ooh.
I would like to briefly address the border war between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I hope both sides lose.
Yes. So.
Yep.
Yes.
Wish them both a very mutual destruction.
So I'm going to try to make this less opiniony and more. This is what's currently going on. And hopefully somebody spotted the subtle shift. But yes. Sorry. So we'll start off with Pentagon Pizza Report, and they started showing a spike over the last few days, or around 2:30 Eastern time on the 26th, and then things keep building up. Yeah, so shit done started popping off. So, and this is a what's the date on this? Sorry, there's just so much. November 2025. Strategic National Security Report. Middle East shift in burdens. Conflict in the Middle East remains a most troublesome dynamic. Iran, the region's chief destabilizing force, is greatly weakened by Israeli actions since 2023. June, Operation Midnight Hammer, degraded nuclear Program in Iran, Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains thorny, yada, yada, yada. So back in November, this was the official statement, from the White House about the situation. So we'll go to Center for Strategic and International Studies. I find them interesting to look through. So this is about the U.S. and Iran. Initially, U.S. threats focused on protecting Iranian demonstrators. January 2nd, Trump posted, if Iran shoots, violently kills peaceful protesters, the United States will come to the rescue. And then he started sending in the Gerald Ford and the Abraham Lincoln carrier groups on or about January 15th. So we've got a little graph showing deployments to the Middle East, specifically, or in the Strait of Hormuz, that area. So it's back in July of 23. After October 7th, there's an elevated presence, specifically large combat surface groups. So that's frigates, destroyers, things like that. Aircraft carriers stay pretty steady. Then there's that little 12-day war between Israel and Iran. And then we start getting small surface combat vessels. So that's more of a defense craft. That's more focused on immediate threats, kind of the piracy and the incident that happened between the U.S. and Iran where they boarded a U.S. naval vessel, captured one, that sort of scale, patrol boats, things like that. There's a drawdown in after that, and then the resurgence where you've got 2 aircraft carrier groups in the Middle East, basically from the beginning of this year. So it's showing a intentional ramp up. So in the past, this is comparison to the past. So Desert Storm, Iraqi Freedom, Desert Fox. And then you start seeing, there's this other shit going on. And Absolute Resolve and the 12-Day War are the 2 most meaningful, where it showed an escalation without going full on, let's go in. So we'll go over a brief comparison, which I think really the most important thing is there are currently 2 aircraft carriers, so that's 2 aircraft carrier groups, 13 surface combatants, small surface combatants, and there's no amphibious ships, which is something to note. And then there's 90+ strike aircraft. So there's breakdowns on that. We don't really need to go into all of that. But the present situation seems to primarily be an air war rather than a ground war. So that's something to keep in mind when you're interacting with all these other, just absolute fucking planks of wood, is that there's no amphibious vessels. So there is something there that tells me they're not planning on going into a ground war situation at this particular moment. So that takes care of that. We'll go back to the State Department. Good old little Marco, Secretary of State. So they've designated Iran a state sponsor of wrongful detention. That is such a strange thing to say to me. It's like, what the fuck? But so there we are. The current escalation. This is a trash website, but I just wanted, it was a good graphic to show where U.S. military facilities are. So you've got naval facilities, air bases, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, outposts, radar facilities, strangely enough, in Israel. So that's kind of where we are on the lead up to this. And we've already talked about it some, but the Iranian unrest, that played a massive role in this. And this is the part that I found interesting. Moreover, the regime now finds itself in direct confrontation with President Trump, who's already demonstrated a willingness to act militarily against Iran through the assassination of Soleimani, commander of the Al-Quds of the IRGC, during his first term, recently strikes through nuclear facilities in 2025. Broader context, Trump has shown that he does not see himself constrained by accepted norms governing the use of force in the international arena against state leaders. That is the important thing, I think, to take away, because right now, oh look, to me, what needs to be pointed out, and yes, there is a very specific reason why I picked this.
I have another thing to point out just in relation to that last paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
How about fuck international standards? That's what got us into this fucking mess.
And that's my point. That to me, that's the massive point, is that all this international law, international norms, blah blah blah, it's fucking lies. It's the international global elite bullshit that is currently going on. And excuse me for scrolling rather quickly, because shit's been popping off, and I'm there. I've got Al Jazeera up for the sake of it. They've got 125 updates in the last half hour.
Holy shit!
That is how fast this is going. So we go to Visegrad 24, one of the, I would say, more interesting, I won't say reliable, but more interesting websites or posters on Twitter, simply because I find they do update things a lot. So I do find this the height of irony. Pakistan attacks Afghanistan. Israel and the U.S. launch strikes against Iran. Iran is definitely one of those shitheel nations that I have wanted to see toppled, but not at Israel's beck and call. So, yeah, there's a whole shitload of stuff going on. Mostly because I look at the IRGC as setting up insurgents across the globe for a moment like this. And I'll get a little more into that with...
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the inevitable terror attacks.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Monkey, speaking of inevitable terror attacks, Monkey says he's taking bets on how long the war will last. Today, a week, 5 years, 20 years. Well, Monkey, I'm not sure how long the war will last, but I guarantee you we're going to get infinity Somalian refugees.
Of course. From Mexico.
Yes, because they're in some way in Iran. But no, my dipshit government's going to let the fucking Iranians in. I'm so they've let in they've just made a big fuss of bringing fucking ISIS terror brides back to the fucking country. My government's not met a fucking terrorist it doesn't like.
God. Yeah. So, yep. the current regime, and Crown Prince Pavlovi is doing the interview circuits, so that tells you there's something in the works here. I talk about brutal massacre at the hands of Iran. I've seen up to 40,000. I don't know if that's verifiable because they're spouting off about like 40, now 51 Iranian schoolgirls on a Saturday being killed. So yeah, it's all of this is in flux. I'm again trying to be very factual with what is being reported without going into opinion just yet. It's very difficult. But yeah, we've got images of Tomahawk cruise missiles. Qatar has intercepted Iranian missiles. There's somewhere in my list is a number of nations, Islamic nations, that have been struck by Iran. Because part of this isn't just a simple Muslims versus everyone, it's Sunni versus Shia. So they're going out of their way to attack each other simply because, oh, you're not Muslim enough for me. Yep, we've got strikes on Bahrain. And yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. So this is showing what's popping off in Israel because naturally the two enemies that drug the U.S. into this are going at it hammer and tongs. Missiles over Abu Dhabi. So, yep, there's a U.S. base in Bahrain that's supposedly been attacked. So that's the correlation with the other video that we've just seen. Yeah, so there, again, shit is popping off. And it is so much in flux. The last time I read through this, because again, this is shit's been going on, and I'm just like, fuck. I've tried to keep up with this. So yep, Israeli Air Force is currently carrying out large-scale strike against number of targets in the Islamic regime. That tells me that they are either violating airspace or have been given the green light over multiple, so that'd be Jordan and probably Iraq airspace to go for these strikes. So, yep, more attacks on Tehran, which you can't hear the audio because of the current setup, but all you're going to hear is probably a woman screaming and bombs going off. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. More Dubai. And then we've got, this is 7 hours ago. So Khamenei and the president of Iran are doing some presser together. We've got Israeli airstrikes on a military base. Yeah, no, that's fair. Vidland's pointing out, after Desert Storms, Iraq's Air Force fled to Iran. That is partly correct. Also, it's a very fluid thing because the Iraqis and the Iranians kind of don't like each other on a visceral level as well. The 1980s Iran-Iraq War, which the United States, of course, had to meddle in. Yep. Iranian children celebrate U.S. strikes in Tehran. Don't really know. I think it's something where we have to look at some of this and say, okay, this is clear propaganda, obviously. There's a lot of regional warfare going on, and yeah, it's not a clear picture at the moment, and I don't think it'll be a clear picture for another several days. Yep, we've already seen that again, and I apologize that. Oh, yep, there you go. Iranian diaper twerking. That's yeah. Which I mean, you got to admit that's kind of awesome.
I don't know. I have a cultural objection to the concept of twerking.
But it's a diaper twerking, so it makes something bad even worse.
Mm. what I'm hearing is they need to get out the redcoats and the Leanne Fields and do colonialism again.
Yes.
I'm sorry to announce, Bleach, that while New York may be getting destroyed, the reason it's getting destroyed is because we're going to colonize it again. Redcoats are going to invade New York.
So, this is interesting. So apparently tonight Trump is going to address the nation. Yeah, and again, I do want to apologize to the audience. There's so much that's popping off. It is very hard to get a good solid timeline. I will be showing you some of the other timeline websites. I think one of the big takeaways is all the Euro pussy leaders are complaining about this as a breach of international law. And then that makes me wonder, well, how beholden are they to terrorists in their own countries? Because they don't want to set off internal conflict. So, yep. 6 hours ago, again, 6 hours ago, U.S. struck a facility used by the Ayatollah. This is just one bit of a live feed. I mean, that's tells you how kinetic this has gone and how quickly.
I don't think the timeline's going to be much use until we really get a chance to go through the highlights, which there could be a very good one, because I've seen several posts saying that Khomeini is out of contact at the moment. Of course, I've then immediately seen retards in the community got notes going, nothing's been confirmed yet, retard. Yeah, that's how breaking news works, fuckface.
Yep.
Of course, the person that breaks the news isn't going to have other news to verify them, you fucking community note space retards. But God, wouldn't it be nice if Khomeini got droned in the face?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is, from my personal stance, and I want to save my big conclusions for again later, and I'm trying to speed through this. Yeah, it's like, this is shit that's been long overdue. I just don't like under the current conditions that it's happening. So, yep, more strikes. Little Zelensky is worried about losing money.
Can we send Zelensky to Iran?
Please. Yeah, Macron says the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran should have severe consequences to peace and international security. Fuck you. I don't give a shit about international security. I'm done with this shit. So, yeah. Debris in Qatar. So apparently, Khomeini's office was bombed in Tehran. Not a bad thing. I'm sure he was already in hiding once this shit popped off. So, yep. Another image of Khomeini's compound going boom. And let's see. Yep. Dubai's suspended airport operations, so it's probably been struck. And yeah, just, I mean, tons and tons of shit has been popping off. And so, I'm gonna move. Oh well, that's for later. I think I'm gonna move on to some of the other aspects of this where there's a little bit clear write up rather than just raw data. So yeah. So we'll our first stop is a gray screen because Al Jazeera has apparently crashed.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yep. I'll let that stew on itself for a bit. So again, updated. So we'll go to about 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the U.S. Woman hides behind lookout point in Jerusalem. So showing that the strikes have happened. Here we go. All right. Again, apologize. There's so much happening so fast. Keeping things straight is very difficult. So at 1:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Israel launched a preemptive strike against Iran. I'd like to see verification of that. So they're smoking in Tehran. Again, IDF ministers are saying that they've instigated this. The Fars News Agency reports explosions. And then U.S. is participating at 2 a.m., participating in strikes in Iran with Israel. Strikes are ongoing. Iran's airspace is closed, apparently. U.S. ambassador to Israel sent an email to various missions, yada yada, basically stay in place. We've got the Lincoln in the region, so they're sending the Ford as well. Again, we've already covered a lot of this. U.S. has begun major combat operations, confirmed the strike on Truth Social. So there we go. Defend American people by eliminating imminent threats to the Iranian regime. Again, you're welcome to interpret that yourself.
I'm still unsure as to why we're not just bombing every country in the Middle East. And I mean every.
Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to flash that bit of information there. So, again, Trump saying, that Iran rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions. I think this is something that we need to think of in terms more than just nukes. It's Iran is a terrorist organization, essentially. So, more of this. Talks about U.S. and Israel, or not to blah, blah, blah. So, again, this is, Pahlavi is saying, Iran have a counter-revolution. And so, they're, of course, injured people, blah, blah, blah. If it bleeds, it leads. So, if you guys want to jump in here and share your thoughts, I'd appreciate that for a second.
Well, I don't have a dog in this fight, unless my government's decided I have a dog in this fight, in which case I hope that dog bites my government in the face. This should, under no circumstances, in any fucking which way, be something that I'm expected to give a shit about in any direction. Now, the Americans, on the other hand, who have apparently had the government decide that they're getting involved in another war in the Middle East, What do you think, Dave? Is this a good thing, bad thing? They just nuke them all and be done with it?
No. They've been, I mean, the warmongers have been pushing for this for actually a couple generations now. This was what Cheney wanted to go into Iran. That's why they armed the Contra rebels in Iran during the 80s, all over fucking north. They've been pushing for destabilization in Iran. Like we were the ones who originally destabilized their democratically elected government because they were starting to get too friendly with the fucking Soviets.
Good job, CIA.
And installed the Shah. Yeah. They installed the original Ayatollah, or helped to get him installed, just so it would be easier for us, because we did that all over the fucking Middle East, because we thought dealing with the anti-communist Islamists would be preferable to dealing with the rational republics who were friendlier to the Soviet powers in the area. And the John McCain and Dick Cheney are smiling up from hell at this. From their burning pits. This is what's giving them solace for the day, from their burning pits in hell, is the fact that the US is finally bombing Iran for Israel. We're finally kowtowing enough to Israel's interests. And it's a fucking tragedy that we've allowed that small fucking nation to dictate so much of our military interests, military actions.
Yep.
This, it doesn't have anything to do with, it's peace and security in the region. It's like, if you wanted peace and security in the region, you just stay the fuck out of it. We'd stop arming those fuckers. If we stopped funding all of Israel's bullshit, maybe they'd stop acting like cunts and provoking everyone in the fucking region by acting like cunts. Right now, they're like that little dog that's talking shit because they have a friend that's a big dog. It's like, you're not tough. You just have tough friends. And that's how they approach everything.
If your dipshit establishments could stop funding both sides of every Middle Eastern conflict, that'd be fucking fantastic.
Yeah, it would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
It's truly amazing. So,
yeah, fortunately, I'm unconscriptable because I can't fit in the seat of the helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm too old for it, but my kids aren't, and my grandkids aren't, and I don't want them to have to go to war for Israel's fucking machinations in the Middle East. I don't want them to have to go to war because our CIA, influenced under the Mossad, has been pushing for destabilization in the region forever, just so they can do either a giant land grab or continue to benefit from the war profiteering.
Yeah, I'm sure Raytheon are so fucking happy.
Oh, yeah.
Every missile fired means there's another one that has to be replaced.
Yeah. Now, see, if the US actually wanted to solve the Middle East, all you need is a couple of little task groups with surface-to-air missiles. Just dot them around the area, and if a plane takes off, put it back down. And I don't care what kind of plane. If it comes from the Middle East, put it back down.
Right.
And I think this is something where my perspective is a bit different, because I do not care for what Israel's doing at all. But there's a part of me that's like, if we can contain Iran, because one of the things that I struggle with, because Iran has been fomenting just as much as the Islamic Brotherhood, that this global caliphate mentality. Now, a lot of Iranians are what are called 12ers. They believe in the 12th Imam. So they believe they can cause a lot of chaos and destruction and war and death, that the 12th and final Imam, who's hiding in a well somewhere in the middle of Iran or Iraq, will come out and save them all. And that's just as bad as the red heifer prophecy in Israel. So yeah, it's like you've got two apocalyptic cults trying to go at it, essentially. And it's unfortunately it gets painted as, oh, you're anti-Semitic or you're a Zionist. And it's like, no, I as a Christian, I'm like, I don't want either of you fucking lunatics running things.
Exactly. What part of one of the entire Middle East destroyed is Zionist?
Yeah, exactly. So, and here we go. We've got the Iranian school, and it's like, I'm sorry. There's a part of me that's like, is this a boarding school or is it a regular school? And for some reason, they're having school on a Saturday.
See, the problem with places like NBC is they think I care if an Iranian school is bombed. Yeah. They seem to think I'd give a shit if it was bombed at 12 a.m. on a fucking Monday. Oh, sorry, 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. wouldn't be helpful. But
I mean, I'll just be frank here. I give zero fucks about anybody dying in a war anymore. Civilian or combatant. We've gotten into this really soft, just gay place, tranny place even, where it's like, if you arm civilians, somehow you're the villain. And it's like, civilians have been killed in war since war has begun. Mm-hmm. I'm not a peace at any cost guy. I know I've made that blatantly clear. If war happens, go in to win. Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of this. I really am not. But I'm also not going to sit here and piss and moan and, oh, it's the Epstein file distraction. Oh my God. It's like, fuck you. I think you should bite a curb.
Well, one of the many things that pisses me off is this overarching thing where I'm expected to care about the death of a foreigner in a foreign place. Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit if African children are starving to death. Maybe their parents should have thought about that before they had 10 of them. Maybe they can eat the other 9. I don't fucking care. I don't care if I don't care about fucking Israelis being killed by Palestinians. I don't care about Palestinians being killed by Israelis. I don't give a shit if Iran's nuked off the face of the fucking planet. Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a single solitary fuck about these fucking third world shitholes. These non-Anglo countries. I vaguely care about England. I vaguely care about America. I care a little bit about some of the places in Western Europe, especially where the people who we like are. But I don't give a fuck about anything in Africa. I don't give 2 shits about the Middle East. I don't give a fuck about South Asia. I would like to visit Japan. Wouldn't want to live there. It's a bit too authoritarian for my likes, but it's a lovely place to visit. And I don't give a solitary flying fuck about anything in Northeast Asia either.
Yep.
Basically, I only give a shit about the civilized world.
Exactly. And it's something where we are inundated by all these damn foreigners and told who we should care about. Oh, well, they've got more melanin than you. So it's like, there's more of them than me. I don't care.
I've seen some pretty fucking pasty Chinese people that I still don't give a shit about either.
Yeah. And again, it's like just going through this. Yeah. Now there's a protest in Hamburg about the fucking Iran, where it's like, you should be German. Get the fuck out if you're not fucking goddamn Germans.
Oh, that reminds me of some fucking tweets I saw from, oh, fuck. Which one is it? The one that's got that fucking Jew, Avi Yemeni, in it. Is it Rebel News? The gay Canadians with the Jew. That's Rebel News, right?
What is it, Ezra Klein? That's his fucking outlet?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, some retard there has been posting pictures of, on the streets of whatever the fuck shitty Canadian place, Iranians celebrating the attack. It's like, why are there Iranians in Canada to celebrate?
Yeah.
Same in Australia. That fucking Tommy Robinson region.
Oh yeah, I scrolled past that in the Visigrad.
Yeah. Fucking Tommy Robinson retweeted or quote tweeted a post about fucking Iranians celebrating in Australia. It's like, I'm sorry, why are there Iranians in Australia to do any celebrating?
Yep. We got to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here.
Well, they seem to be sending their fucking worst to you. We're not even fighting him here, and the government's fucking rolled over backwards.
Yeah, well.
Kingdom of Finland says Islam has no place in Western civilization at all. You can jump the Western part, mate.
Yeah, no, in civilization, because they're barbarians.
There are non-Western civilizations that Islam also has no place in, like Japan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. It's like Islam has conquered all, about half or 3/4 of Christendom. When it came about. So yeah, fuck them. I do not want a mosque in my hometown. I do not want a mosque in the town over. I don't want a mosque here. I don't want a mosque there.
I don't want enough Muslims in my postcode to justify a mosque. They're still not. They still shouldn't get one regardless. But I don't want enough. There should not be enough Muslims in a geographical area for them to need a fucking mosque. There should be like maybe a dozen of them at the embassy, and if they kick off, we throw them in the sea.
So, all right.
Not that I know they need them.
Al Jazeera is working.
Like, I don't know why they even need an embassy in our fucking countries. Like, why do we give a shit? Why do we need diplomatic relationships with anywhere in the Middle East? Especially fucking Israel. Like, what's Israel ever done for us? Why should we give a fuck?
They got us into a war with Iran.
Which one?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just let the fucking stand-eating shit flingers kill each other, and then we can fucking move in and take the cool historical shit.
So yeah, the Houthis in Yemen.
Yes, now international terrorist organization, the Houthis,
that backed by Iran, are saying they're going to stand by Iran. Yeah. There's some of this that is just so fucking comical. So,
International Confederation of Wolves backs local butcher's market.
Mm-hmm. China and Russia are pushing for an open session with the UN. No one
fuck the UN.
Fuck.
You know what America should do? Yeah. America should just not turn up.
I mean, no, it should just be like, fuck it.
Stop giving the UN any fucking money and just leave the Security Council. Leave the whole fucking thing.
Yep.
Because what's the UN fucking done for the West in the last fucking 100 years? They've just gone in the fucking way when someone needs their fucking ass kicked. And then they've sat there going, much. Yes, you should all run your countries the exact same way some unelected fucking Jew in Germany think. Like, I'm sorry. I don't recall giving the shit about the opinions of Germans or Jews.
Especially when they're fighting each other, which often is kind of humorous. Anyway, So this is interesting. So Qatar halted all Ramadan tents and iftars, which hotels and tourist venue typically host for. Oh, yeah. See, this is what you get for holding Ramadan during Lent.
Oh my God! One of those stupid fucking whores. I think it was one of your Congress whores was crying that the attacks during fucking Ramadan. It's like, I'm sorry, I was supposed to not engage in fucking military activity because the fucking terrorists are having are doing a fucking diet, are on a fucking diet.
You mean skipping lunch and then gorging themselves between sunup and sundown?
Yeah, like those communist retards that did the protests at work that allowed them to have breakfast and dinner.
Yep. All right, so we've got a map. This is what I've been fighting Al Jazeera about. Here, reject all, you pieces of shit.
Nothing of value detected.
Ads. What the fuck? All right.
I think it's giving you a message, Bleach. Reject the Middle East, embrace women.
Apparently, yeah. Fucking hell. All right, here we go. What I've been desperately trying to show for about like the last 5 minutes. The locations of strikes. Oh, fuck you. All right, fine. Fuck you. Fuck the dog you rode in on. Fuck the dog you fucked. Fuck you.
They're Muslims. They're fucking goats, not dogs, because dogs are smarter than them.
So, Erdogan of Turkey has condemned the attacks. Big fucking deal.
Oh, yes. Turkey. The country that stole Greek land.
So, so I think because of that little bit of frustration, look, protesters in London are shitting themselves. Yeah, see, this is why this is a big part of why I'm against the Pally Pals, because they're partly funded by Iran, but more importantly, they cripple nations from actually having any sort of positive reaction to this. And I don't mean rah. I'm talking about a well thought out. It's like, well, do we really need to do this, or maybe we should force negotiations, something along those lines. Sorry, you're about to say?
What's someone about to say?
I thought you were about to interject something there.
No, I'm busy not caring about things. I think really this is going to be far more interesting next week when we have a bunch of things, and hopefully we get to celebrate the rapid cremation of Khomeini.
Yeah. Just to kind of my general thoughts on this is I think this is ultimately a good thing, just poorly timed when it comes to a lot of the other shit that's going on. But this is something that should have happened 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago when the other Iranian uprisings were happening. And because most of the time when this has happened, it's been when there's weak Democrats when it comes to dealing with Islamic terror that are typically running things. And this is something that should have been supported. I do not like color revolutions. Let me say that directly. But when there is a genuine a minimum influenced uprising like what we've seen in Iran in the past. And yes, there's always parties playing a role, but because they're so against the regime that they're willing to take the risk, that is something that should have been embraced a long time ago. However, because of the Muslim Brotherhood, the IRGC, a lot of the Pally Pals that are forming terror cells throughout the West, there is a unwillingness to go in and handle Iran. And Iran is one of the biggest state sponsors of terrorism. They're basically the other side of the coin from Israel. And if we don't recognize that, then it's like, yeah, okay, let's just put the blinders on and play favorites. No, it's like they're a player where they are in such a condition where, as far as their reach and their mentality, when you drive Saudi Arabia and some of the other, well, not Lebanon, but let's just stick with Saudi Arabia. When you drive them into a basically alliance with Israel, that tells me a lot. That tells me that this is a threat where, people are, it's easy to go, oh, look, the juice. It's like, yeah, no, there's a reason why they're gaining traction. It's because Iran. I don't like it. I encourage other people not to like it. But the fact is, when you've got one player that is so absolutely batshit crazy that they are driving allies together that should not be.
Yeah, they're getting Muslims to side with Israel because they suck so much. It's like, well done, dickheads.
So, I think I'm also very uncomfortable with this just being kind of a rabbit pulled out of a hat kind of thing, where it's like, oh, we're just gonna do it. It's like,
yeah, well, can we hear more about this casus belli? And maybe a bit more about the plan here. Like, how are we not turning this into a pointless terrorist generator that lasts a weekend? And at the same time, not turning it into another 20-year desert war that replaces the Taliban with the fucking Taliban.
Exactly. And that's my concern.
There is a mid-ground.
Yes, but people don't like to talk about nukes.
No, they get all pissy when you suggest nuking other planets.
I don't understand. I really wish I did. But I mean, ultimately, I think this is something that it's going on. There's no reason to be, oh well, we shouldn't have done it. It's already fucking happened. Get over it. Grow the fuck up. Yeah. Was it done the right way? I don't think so. But that's something to be determined in the aftermath of this situation rather than right now.
Based on what little I've seen, I'm going to say it's almost certainly not been the right way, because the US has the technical capability to eliminate all stationary defenses that the country has. They're still there. It's been 12 hours. Something's not been thought through.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's a element of this, because this has definitely been planned long term. This is not something where it's just like, yeah, hey, let's pull the rabbit out of the hat. Something caused this on this time frame that
what you want the conspiracy?
May not be privy to yet. Go ahead.
Apparently, there is a Jewish holiday. Let me get it up. I think Shuan had posted on Twitter, and it cites CNN too, so it's real if not accurate. shoe on head. No.
It's got a. I think it's a O is the 0.
Yeah, probably. There it is.
There you go. Yeah.
Fucking dumb women.
Always.
Yes, here we go. Let me flick this in for Mr. Bleach to bring up. Timing of US-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. The timing ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim, worshippers read the specific portion from the Old Testament known as Sukkot. The passage from the book of Deuteronomy commands the ancient Israelites to remember an unprovoked attack by the nation of Amalek and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites are settled in their land. The passage is read publicly before this holiday to fulfill the mitzvah of remembering Amalek as Israel's fucking archetypical. Have they spelt that wrong?
No, that's right.
Yeah, that's correct. In the American.
No, it isn't. There's no.
Where's the R? I mean,
no. They missed the R. They missed the R.
Oh, yeah.
Atypical.
Atypical. Oh my!
I read that and then my brain went backwards and got itself confused.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's an easy.
Archetypical Amory, or however the fuck that's pronounced. And to Google Amalek real quick. Nation described in the Hebrew Bible. Yes, that's great. Where? Does anyone know where? No, apparently.
Nope. No, it's kind of like I thought it was placed east of historical Israel.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Canaan, yeah.
Let me see if I can Google where was it. Located between Havilah and Shur, east of Egypt. Okay, it's actually on. It's slightly north of Judah.
It's in the West Bank. Yeah.
So
it's in the West Bank
now.
Yeah, so not over there, but if the timing was chosen because of this fucking holiday,
I could.
Not surprising.
I can absolutely fucking see it. And I think the thing though that does genuinely piss me off is the we're no new wars and the left like losing their shit over this.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care if it was somebody that they thought was politically expedient to kill.
Also, on today's lesson in listening comprehension, I did not say cite CNN so it's accurate. I said cite CNN so it's real, if not accurate. You may notice that those are two vastly different fucking things.
Yep.
It also implies that it's not accurate.
Yep.
Also,
yeah.
It's
work on phrasing.
I'm tired.
Yeah,
I'm tired, boss. I'm tired of all this shit.
Are we sure the right side won World War II?
Yeah.
So, then I'm starting to think there may not have been a right side at all.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it is very, very fucking tiresome right now.
Yeah.
I mean, to answer Callum, World War I should have been the German Empire's victory. I'll be that guy.
Well, maybe we wouldn't have had World War II if you hadn't been fucking retards about the aftermath of World War I. Yes, let's destroy this country's economy, put them under heavy sanctions, and then fucking leave.
Oh, worse than that. Make them indebted for 100 years.
Oh, yeah, of course. So you've destroyed their economy, put them in massive debt, you've fucked everything up, you've replaced their relatively, I guess, stable, not if in longevity rather than of the state rather than mentality of the state governments. Yes, I can't imagine how some dickheads 20 years later managed to do something about that. This is why you don't go into pointless wars where you just fuck the place up and leave.
Well, no.
And we should have joined the Japanese to fucking take out the Chinese communists as well.
Yeah.
In the 1890s?
No. 1948. That would have been the correct thing.
I don't know. I think it would have been easier to take the Chinese out like a half century sooner. But
true. But I mean, well, we did allow them to rebel against their proper Western masters. So
you're right. China is supposed to be British land. What the fuck, England?
Yep.
Everything the sun touches belongs to the British Empire. Oh dear. Wow.
All right. We want to keep going with this, or
I think we've beat this horse. I think we beat this horse. I think we beat this camel to death. So for now,
I think you're right with the half statement. We beat this whore half to death.
Yeah.
By whore, do you mean a 16-year-old Muslim girl who was raped by a bunch of men and was then executed by the Muslim government for being raped?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Some leftists then. That's fine.
Yes, there we go.
Well, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this will be. I think the aftermath will be far more interesting next week when we get to actually have a bit more of a curated timeline with the highlights. And please have Khomeini dead, please.
Yes,
that would be my favorite highlight.
It's something where we're involved. Let's fucking do it. Just fucking finish it.
Exactly. Don't half-ass it. That's what got us into 2 20-year wars in the fucking Middle East that achieved nothing. It was half-assed the entire fucking time.
And my other thought is, once it's done, get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
No ground troops,
no nation building. Cut that bullshit out.
Yeah,
let them
just fucking leave. And if they can't, when it's not our problem, we just don't let them in.
Yep.
Right. So
no refugees.
Well, I think we do need to rapidly move to memes because that got rapidly out of hand.
It always does. What do you expect?
So this time, while the boys were putting in the hard work, I found us some excellent little memes off Twitter. And so I'll bring those up first. So this one, topically, from what we've just been saying. Pizza order, Anne Frank in the oven for 3 minutes.
Oh, that's funny.
That's good. This is from old Ricky Gervais. Had another complaint. Someone emailed us saying that this billboard upset them because they themselves don't like dogs. We went back. Well, you know what to do then.
Yeah.
They can fuck off. I've achieved at 27 what most achieve at 70. Shoulder pain, back pain, financial pain, emotional pain, knee pain, and memory loss.
God damn, yeah. Man, maybe I'm doing better than I thought I was.
Oh, speaking of you, Dave. when today's safety meeting is about what you did yesterday.
Yeah.
And the last one I found from Twitter. Why did God not punish the Europeans for enslaving Africans? He did. He made us live with them.
Oh,
damn. It's so true. Hell, I got blocked by some bitch on Twitter basically saying the same thing. It's like, I'm going to have to see if I can find that. It was great.
Quickly opening another can of caffeine.
Sure.
That's that Howling Mutant. That's a great follow too. I like that guy.
I mean, that's a banger of a response.
I like it better than. Yeah, he got more likes on his tweet than the original tweet got likes and responses. So,
that's true. Oh, they got ratioed so fucking hard. Someone has a new job.
I know what it is. I can't bring it up, but it was like some pedo got arrested, and this black boss chick is like, yeah, look at all the white people doing it. It's like they identified as black. And she just blocked me and then just like went on a post rage. It was great. It was worth it.
Sounds like it. Oh, in relation to the Middle East, don't leave a power vacuum. Yes.
Yeah.
Get in, get out.
We're going to leave Marco Rubio. We're going to leave Marco Rubio in charge.
Exactly.
Now the question is he going to be an Ayatollah or is he going to be a Shah?
I believe the answer is yes. Yes, you did post that, so you knew what was coming.
Yes.
He's gonna be a vote boy or whatever Vlad Tipish was.
I mean, that is the appropriate way to deal with Muslim invaders.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Ice out. Hands off Iran.
Fucking hate peace at any cost retards. I actively hate them.
Yep. You're not a pacifist, you're just a coward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something warrior in a garden.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was a nice garden until someone invited the parasites in. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Silver's correct. Marco gets his 5,754th job. Yeah.
For his opinion on the United States, thump.
Right in the trash. Yep. God, I can't wait for region blocking on Twitter. Oh, can't wait for
God,
it.
yes. Israel.
I don't have to.
India.
Well, all of Africa. I don't ever want to hear for another Indian opinion on anything. Yeah.
So. Once we get rid of the Indians and the Jews, we're going to be very lonely.
Oh, look, normal Twitter.
Oh, we've got a video. How to check if she's still mad. Oh, shit.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm good at it.
Yep, she mad.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Now, my next question.
I enjoy it.
Is that a black kid?
No. There's
good.
A couple of Hispanic kids.
Yeah.
Slightly better. But I'm slightly.
Yeah.
Still funny. Great.
Here's one for our gun autists.
Oh.
That's gonna fucking tickle. You can tell someone's used to using an AK.
Is that a woman as well?
I don't. I think it's just a perpetually starved man.
Okay, I was just like looking at the thumbnail and it's like, is that manicured?
Oh God, it could be. If we don't have enough pieces to shake, but I'm pretty sure that's. Is that might even be 762 rather than just 5x6? That's gonna fucking tickle.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Also, nice trigger discipline, fuckhead.
I mean, trigger discipline's a modern concept that's lame and gay.
Yes, but you need it when you're putting together an army of 100,000 retards.
Didn't need it back in the Soviet Union during World War II.
Yeah, how well did that work for them? There's the Soviet Union now, Bleach.
It's God, but they introduced trigger discipline.
Oh, dear.
Just saying.
All right.
But yeah, that's gonna fucking tickle. Well, what, you know, it's gonna tickle twice. It's gonna pull it back and then it's gonna slam it in.
Well, the first time he does it, it's going to bend his thumb backwards so it's pointing at him. So
Yeah.
What thumb though? That's the better question.
Yeah. Well, if he's holding it poorly enough, hopefully it'll just push it back and then rotate it through the hand. But yeah, that could just go snap. And then after it's pulled off, it'll get shoved in through the side and loaded instead of the round. A trim gave us a name.
Oh, like not 5,000?
But apparently he didn't have time to prepare 5,000 memes. That he's given us before. Now I get why mice are scared of cats.
Waking up to those little bastards looking at you in the face like that?
Oh, have you two been awakened by a cat biting you on nose?
Not biting my nose, but like in my face, like inches away.
Yeah. No, they really will just sit there right in front of your eyes. It's like, good morning. It doesn't appear to be food time. What can I do for you, cat? Just survived Wednesday for what? Thursday. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah. To be a wizard.
Yeah. She's retarded, Jim. Please release the files. Fuck, guys. Not a single fucking independent thought.
Nope.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been let in the room with that shit on.
I agree, release the files, but that shit is childish to be wearing everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
like it's fucking juvenile to wear that fuck ice button, and it's disrespectful to wear it in the halls of Congress.
Yeah,
I understand these people have no respect for their fucking their status or their position or us as a people. Yeah, but yeah, Spock's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, someone posted the lemon stealing. Yeah, we've got just a couple.
Stealing horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a couple more just on the fucking T1000. Fucking China and Russia laughing at dog bitch. You eat.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's this one.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
damn.
Now, I don't know if this is the exact... It really is the same guy, but also apparently this is him in 2015 at the Natural Bodybuilding Championships.
Damn,
God
dude.
damn. All right, so he's broken someone's spine. Like fucking
Jesus.
Bane. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no shit. What a fucking monster. Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He's 100% Chad, that's for sure.
No shit, dude.
I mean, his breeding program must be insane.
Well, I can tell you one thing, she's not gonna leave him because she's fucking hitting above her pay grade.
Oh yeah. And if she does, everybody's gonna be like, wait, you left a Medal of Honor winner? Eat shit.
A Medal of Honor winner that looks like that. Or even
fucking
wherever the other picture is.
Chad.
The Chad is Chad, you have a Chad.
Need to replace the Russian guy with him. That's what they need to do.
Yeah.
Because the other Chad guy is a Russian dude.
Yeah.
So apparently Saudi Arabia is now actively striking Iran.
Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere. I'm like, shit, Saudi's getting involved. Yeah. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Goes back to what you say about the enemies, like if they're getting all these countries to join Israel in this attack, it's like fucking okay. Maybe Iran are the bad guys.
They're definitely not
the everyone in the region.
Yep. To be fair, this is one of those situations where there are no good guys, including the ones that fly the red, white, and blue and are for some reason over there. Well, they're good guys run by morons, but always has been.
Yep. Yeah, Didger's correct. Yeah. He actually looks like he could be a space marine. Yeah, exactly.
Like, seriously, if someone isn't calling this fucker to give him movie deals, they're missing a fucking trick. or at least get a fucking face scan or something to put in a fucking space marine thing.
Right.
Like, look at that fucking jaw. That's been jackhammered out of fucking pure granite.
Yeah. Yep.
So now we all know the type of dude Bezic would be into.
Well, that's some jealous talk there, Dave.
Oh. Yeah, I know, yeah. I thought you only had eyes for me.
Oh dear.
Great fucking meme.
I'm just shocked. I'm not used to seeing men on the internet. It's all a bunch of soy-based losers.
Right?
It is nice to see that the men are back in control of the White House. Back in control of the US. Anyway, so I think that's it for memes, unless you two have an emergency meme. But we're well over time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we needed to go over time a little bit today because fucking hell, there's a lot of shit going on.
I didn't realize we had quite so much Iran shit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Schilling go for an hour again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, we didn't have that much Iran shit when we started.
That's it.
Right.
Fucking Iran. Alrighty. Things coming up this week. You boys have Auto Circle on some fucking day that I can't remember.
Tuesday, US Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, or like 10 a.m. Australian time on Wednesday because time zones are a motherfucker. I don't even know what Trim's uploading this week. I have to yell at him about it. And of course, Disco's still dying, so no idea what's happening on the agenda there. So just stay tuned on the Discord in case something happens. Thank you very much for joining me today, boys. Thank you, and you for sticking around for the extra unexpected hour.
Hey, we haven't done an 8-hour stream, so we're good.
What we've got to plan one for like some special event someday. Somewhere where Dave doesn't have anything important to do. Like the kids are out of the house or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, chat. Of course, thank you to the supporters. We'll see you on next week, hopefully, for some very, very fun Iran updates.
Indeed. Catch you all later.
Shadilay, everyone.
Shadilay, folks.